Who's gonna swim across? Why did you wonder? You say lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Hello everyone and welcome in Tbilisi, Georgia for the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. I'm Keti, this is Valerie, and we are starting a new day.
Hello everybody, we have in Tbilisi here the Grand Prix series, the first stage where the 10 women players are playing the first stage of the tournament. This Grand Prix is 2024-2025, and this is a playing venue right there. that we will see soon.
Right, this is a beautiful hotel here in the middle of the city, Biltmore Hotel. If you're close by, make sure that you pay us a visit. Today, the players gonna have the last round before the rest day. And rest day is so much needed for every participant.
Yes, we are waiting for it.
We're waiting for it. Yesterday we had actually the longest day so far.
Yes.
The players made 102 moves.
That was Nana Dzagnidze with the black colors against the Muzychuk Anna.
We hope that they recovered the energy. We did actually, with a bit of help of coffee, definitely. The players are already entering in the playing venue, and here we have these beautiful golden stairs that players are coming every day. We can see Alina Kashlinskaya right now going into the check. She has to make sure that she's following the process and she's entering to the playing venue. We have already several players in the playing venue waiting for the start of the round. And Valerie, over here in this small room, the players are actually coming after the game.
We have a chief arbiter.
And then we have actually fair play check. Every participant here comes right after the round and they are actually getting the scan. Over here we also have a doctor, just in any case. Something happens, he's always here from the start until the end. And yeah, the round is about to start. A lot of people here actually make sure that participants have a good good time and good conditions.
Today, by the way, it is a very important day for the chess players because before the rest day, everybody wants to have the good mood, you know. So we wish them good luck, and soon you can see the playing venue with the players inside.
Absolutely. Some players already in the playing venue, some players are about to come. They cannot be late. They really cannot be late because
There's a penalty.
Even 1 minute late being on the board means that they have to pay €300, which will be deducted from the price.
So here we have Mariya Muzychuk
coming right
down
now
on the stairs.
Yes, she is going to the playing venue.
And she's on time.
She's on time. She will not pay the fine. She will go now through the check. The arbiters will make sure that she doesn't have anything extra.
She doesn't have anything extra without arbiters' checks also.
Yes. So ناخد رقمه منه ناخد رقم And here we have the round 5, which has been already started. We are greeting you from the studio at this time, ready to dive in the deep of the variations before the last day before the rest day. And look at this, you're coming back, and look at how huge is the playing venue. It is just perfect. The players have the space. There is also the area for the spectators.
Tell you the pairings. The first board we have Dzagnidze against
And you guys, this is the 5th round, what we have just seen. Few moves already in progress. We just came back here in our studio, little tiny studio, but we hope that you enjoyed to see the entrance and the area of the playing venue and the conditions that our participants are having here in Tbilisi.
So we can go to the games, Keti, I think so. So today we have round number 5, one more time. This is the last round before the race day. And I will tell you the pairings of the today's round. On the first board we have Dzagnidze Nana against Kosteniuk Alexandra. On the second board, we have Assaubayeva Bibisara against Muzychuk Anna. Third board, Tsolakidou Stavroula Kashlinskaya Alina. Board 4, Vaishali against Muzychuk Mariya. And board 5, we have Sarah Khadem against Javakhishvili Lela. We already have the moves on the board that we can consider what's going on. On the first board, we have a Nimzovich system, as I understood. So it was happening. Okay, before that we can review our standings of the tournament. So we have 3 leaders, 2.5 points out of 4. This is Tsolakidou, Stavroula, Assaubayeva, Bibisara, and Kosteniuk Alexandra. Then we have the group of the 2-pointers. All of them has draws, but not Vaishali. Yes, Vaishali lost 1 game and won 1 game. The other 2 she drew. And the 10th place taking Sarah Khadem with a half point.
Yeah, that's right. And about the lineups for today, the game that gets all the attention is local Nana Dzagnidze against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra is among the leaders.
That will be the real fight.
This match will be very interesting.
Maybe Nana will be a little bit tired after the yesterday's game that she played 102 moves, but she has to be recovered. And okay, let's see what game we have on the first board there.
All right, very important round. We're gonna see very soon the moves, and here we have.
Yes, so we had the Nimzovich system on the first board with the E3 variation, Knight G2, Bishop A6, A3, and Nana is thinking here. Here is Knight F4 move as a theoretical line. Here is Knight G3 also. Let's see which line Nana choosing. Knight F4. She played Knight F4.
Quite heavy theory in this position. Knight jumped on F4 because the pawn on C4 was hanging, and now the bishop from F1 is guarding this pawn on C4.
As I remember, the main move here is D5 for black.
D5 is the move. Actually, we might have this variation D5. White can take this pawn and allow black to take the bishop on F1. And in that case, instead of capturing the bishop back, you can take the pawn on E6, an intermediate move, sacrificing a piece and then taking the pawn on F7 and to play this position. It is quite challenging. You need to know quite well this this variation if you want to sacrifice a piece.
And Alexandra played D5. She already did D5 here.
Do you think we're going to have this piece sacrifice?
I don't
Second
think
time
so.
in a row by Nana?
I don't think so. I think she will play Queen F3 here.
I had a small chat with Nana right after the game. I went to the playing venue and she was the last person to leave. And we had a small casual chat, and I was like, wow, Nana, what a fighting game. And she said like, yeah, well, what else to do? I had to do that. I tried my best there. And she was in a very nice mood, even she played such a long game. She was of course tired, but
to survive that position was
nice
like yeah. Okay, let's go to the second board, where we have Assaubayeva Bibisara against Muzychuk Anna, and let's take a look how it was happening from the beginning. As we see, the players played quite much moves today in first 10 minutes. So here we have Queen's Gambit. With the isolated position or isolated pawn position on the board, yeah, mostly mutual chances, as the black does not have any troubles with developing the pieces. From other side, they have the isolated pawn, but isolated pawn is a weakness only in 3, so they have to take with the knight. But even here, after queen a5 check, the black has a huge compensation for the pawn. As on knight c3, it will be even knight b4 or rook d8, or first rook d8, and on queen c2, knight b4, and on queen c1 is a brilliant knight takes a2.
Oof. Oh wow, look at this move. Hitting the queen. You cannot take this knight with the rook, because
Yes.
then bishop takes c3
And black
first.
just simply wants to take on c3 with bishop, then on with queen, with check, and just be pawn up.
Yeah. Can we see this line of rook a2, just to make sure that our viewers see this line? In case of rook a2, black first takes the knight
Check.
on c3.
Does not matter how the white takes on c3, then just queen takes a2, and the position is technically winning for black. So that's why taking that pawn does not work definitely, and yes, Bibisara went on h4 with the bishop. Okay, as we already said, the position is with the mutual play, so we go to board 3. Here we have Tsolakidou, Stavroula, and Kashlinskaya, Alina. It seems like it was the Spanish game. Let's take a look from the beginning. So, Keti, that's amazing. Today, almost on each board, in the first 10 minutes, we have plenty of the moves done. So, here is also 9 moves that the players already played. Yesterday it was not like that.
Very vivid day today. There is a very nice plan for the players. They will have, right after the last game, the players will have a
You mean
chance
today?
today, chance to spend some quality time together and discover Georgian traditions, to see Georgian dances. So all the participants are invited for a special dinner, which will happen in a very nice place, and they will have, some of the players are here for the first time and had a chance only to walk at this street.
They will
main
enjoy
street.
with the Georgian hospitality for sure.
Yeah, that's guaranteed whenever you come to Georgia. So I know that many of the players are waiting for this, looking forward for this day, and also tomorrow is a rest day, so they can actually
relax today.
relax today.
So this is a position after move 9. It's white to play. Tsolakidou, Stavroula with the white colors. Last move was d5. So this is quite complicated position again with the mutual chances. Engine advice is d4. That after d takes e4, there is knight takes e5 with a mutual play, and in case black will capture on d4, there will be e5, knight e4, and c takes d4. So let's see what Stavroula will make in that position. I mean, in this position after d5.
Look at the time situation. Stavroula has spent all the time.
Yes.
She's now having the gap of 10 minutes, and this is also the one of the main line in this opening. This can be just either she's surprised by Alina's choice of the opening, or she wants to just plan well what will be her setup in this position, how she wants to do it with a d4, first to deal with the pawn on d5, or to start some queenside play like a4. It's
Even
possible.
taking on d5 makes sense, you know, to take that sacrificing, and after e4 just to take on e4 also. This is a quite well-known position with compensation for black. Let's see. Board 4, Vaishali against Muzychuk, Mariya, and we are already expecting that on each game of Vaishali that she has more than 1.5 hour in the first 10-15 minutes. The same is happening right now. She has 1 hour 33 minutes in the beginning of the game. On the same time, Mariya already spent more than 8 minutes on her moves. Here we had Italian game. with quite common line. The last move was knight h7. This is a position with a mutual play. Nothing unexpected is happening for now. And the board 5, Sarah Khadem against Javakhishvili Lela. Let's see what was happening here. So it starts with the Queen's Gambit, actually with Nemtsovich, which transposes to the Queen's Gambit as the black played d5 instead of bishop b4. So Lela decided to go to the Queen's Gambit. Exchange variation with the c5. Yes, this is actually the equal position for now. Black does not have any issues or troubles from the opening. Their pieces are quite well developed, and on the same time, of course, black has the isolated pawn, which can be the weakness again and again in the endgame, but for now nobody will feel that weakness for sure. So let's see, on all boards we have nothing unexpected for now. And on the first board here we have Nana Dzagnidze still thinking after d5 that Kosteniuk Alexandra played. So we have to pay our attention that Nana already thought about 15 minutes when Kosteniuk Alexandra has more than 1.5 hours on the clock. So I want to believe that Nana is not tired today after the yesterday's long game, because she definitely needs the high energy on today's game, and this is actually the last game before the rest day where they can just have a rest, you know, and recover.
Exactly, it is very important for Nana to recall all her energy. Also, another thing is that here this position is the moment when you have to make a decision, very important decision, and obviously she wants to figure it out how to deal, because to take on d5 you are basically either losing the chance to castle, or you have to sacrifice a piece.
So for now, what we know for sure, it's not a preparation for Nana. I mean, this is not the position that she was waiting for. Yeah, otherwise usually, okay, maybe the player who is prepared, they will think a little bit to show up that she is not prepared, right? Sometimes it is also happening. But for now, thinking more than, spending more than 15 minutes until this position, it means that that's not the position that she was preparing against.
Yeah, the reason why she's spending 15 minutes is the pawn on c4 and this diagonal on the pin. So let's maybe talk a little bit about the position. We have seen already c takes d5. There are two more moves for white, queen to b3 or queen to a4 check. There's also queen to f3 possibility, so that's why Nana
somewhere I
is
saw even b3. Maybe that's also the option to play b3 here.
b3 is also an option. So let's start with one of the moves. Let's start with queen a4, because this is
queen
a check, and we want to check out what happens.
Everybody loves check.
Yeah, check, checkmate. So there is c6, and now the idea for black is to capture the pawn on c4. So let's say we don't touch the pawn, we play bishop e2, we want to develop the pieces. In that case, black can take the pawn on c4, and when you take back on c4, there is this naughty b5 fork.
Ouchie.
So that's the idea of black. That's why queen a4, of course, it's possible to play, but then you have to be more precise after this move.
I think still we have to take on d5.
That's possible to take on d5.
Bishop takes f1, and maybe take on f1. As taking on c6 now does not make any big sense because of brilliant b5 that the black has. So moving the bishop is not good for black. On bishop a6 they are just losing after c7, so that's why b5, but b5 is very strong. After b5 black is just a piece up actually. So the d takes c6 does not make sense. That's why white has to take on f1 either with the king or a rook. So let's see, the rook takes, e takes d5. And we lost the castle.
We've lost the right of castle. You can play f3, king f2, king g1, but that is 3 moves recounted. So maybe white will just hold on that. Valerie, we can actually come back to this game very fast because there are more moves to see, and Nana seems that she's very deep in her thoughts. Second board is very interesting. Anna has the queen on b2 already in this position.
So after bishop h4, it was queen b6, castle, rook d8, rook fd1, and queen takes b2. Wow. So rook a b1 seems the most obvious in natural move, and on queen a3 take on f6, as we don't want to be pawned down, and knight takes d5. Queen takes d3 because queen takes a2 is a little bit risky. After knight takes f6, the pawn structure on the king side is just crashing, and knight d4, white has a sufficient compensation here. So queen takes d3, that's more natural. Rook takes d3, bishop f5, very interesting move. Now white is forced to take on f6, take on f6, take on d8, take on d8, and now white has to move, knight takes d8, pardon me, to support the b7 pawn, of course, because in case of rook takes d8, it just rook takes b7, white is pawn up. So black has to take with the knight. And this is a position. Actually, black has a bad pawn structure on the king side, but that's not a big problem because white has a pawn majority anyway on the king side, so the double pawns does not make any big issue for black. Here the important detail is that black has extra pawn on the queen side, so these two things are equalizing each other, so this is an equal position with a mutual play, but it's not a draw. It's not definitely a draw, it's just an equal position with the mutual chances. But interesting, right? Queen takes b2 is interesting, of course. Let's see what Bibisara will decide here to do. Seems like rook a b1 seems very obvious. Okay, let's consider if there is anything else for white more than taking on f6. But what can be more? There is no more weaknesses for black.
We can maybe go with rook to b3, chasing the queen.
Queen a5 or queen d6 even is possible.
Okay, then is that possible?
And then
bishop
maybe
g3, knight b5, kind of idea to target c7 square.
Queen e6 and on knight b5, just knight e8, supporting everything. So the interesting moment is to capture on f6 here.
Okay.
Take on f6, bishop takes, knight takes d5. This is interesting. And what this engine recommends here is queen takes d5, take, and bishop e6 in the end.
Oh, okay.
The black is equalizing. Yeah, black is actually equalizing here. The position is completely equal. Okay.
All right, very interesting start of a day.
Oh, Nana is taking too much time, Keti.
Nana is taking too much time, yeah. I agree with that. 20 minutes already here.
Wow.
All right, let's see more moves, what she's considering here. What's next? Queen f3 or queen b3? We can see those two moves.
Queen f3. Queen f3 is an interesting
C6.
move. As taking on c4, no, does not work. The a8 rook is hanging. So c6. And now either b3 or c takes d5. Because now if the black captures on f1, then there is d takes c6. This is kind of trap. And black is in trouble here. As c7 is hanging and the bishop on f1 is hanging. So on c takes d5, black has to capture on d5 with any of the pawns, mostly with the c pawn. Take on a6, take on a6, and this is just an equal position. This is just completely equal position.
Exactly. This seems pretty much this similar pawn structure.
Yeah.
Not much of the weaknesses.
Maybe we should take a look at other games. Oh, Stavroula is also thinking. Oh my God.
Stavroula
Too
and
much
Nana, they
time.
both are very deep in the calculation and thoughts there. So in this position, Stavroula either can play d4 and fight for the center, or to play e takes d5. Those are the moves we are suggesting here to make. It is still the beginning. Move 10. Yeah, what this can tell to us? Maybe she's just surprised of Alina's choice of.
She was not
opening.
waiting for d5, that's for sure. Yeah. Next game, we have Vaishali against Muzychuk Mariya. So we are considering this moment after knight h7. Vaishali played b4 and just surprising 1 hour 34 minutes. I think this is a new record.
Yeah, we had Anna Muzychuk already having that much of the time in this position, but for Vaishali, she has had a lot of time on the clock, but this is her maximum so far. And I think she'll get even more, because she's still blitzing out.
Could be. So the best move for Mariya here seems is h5 to create some troubles on the king side connected to the bishop on g3. White is forced to play h4, as if they play h3 there will be the extra object to create the attack on the king side. After h4 bishop h2 there could be g4, which is quite unpleasant for white. So white has to play h4 here, g4, and now knight has to jump on h2 or on e1. Let's say on e1, knight g6. It seems like black is absolutely okay here. Black is absolutely okay.
Like this target on h4 for black seems like something that white has to look for it. And look at Mariya. Me and Mariya both were in the same age, so we played World Championship under 10 in the same category many years ago. Then I think one more time we played together World Championship under 14, and after that she was already in the playing like bigger tournaments that I was playing. So I remember her, and this is her. Many years ago, she was still sitting like that. Yeah, one leg always up on the chair. And imagine when we were small, like 10-year-old, 9-year-old kids, we were all sitting like that, barely seeing the board.
I don't know her very well, but what I see, she is a very nice personality.
She's a very nice personality. And I remember that we were all so scared of her. We were like, that's Anna Muzychuk's sister. And they had also Ivanchuk there helping them. So we're like so scared already before the start of the game.
Who will not be?
And guess who won a tournament?
Yeah. You.
Easily. And that was not me. That was not me. So yeah, this somehow reminds my childhood when I see Mariya like this.
By the way, this is a very good feeling when you see somebody and it reminds your childhood. The same is happening for me with Kosteniuk Alexandra.
Yeah.
We were playing the European and World Championships, I don't know, maybe 10 times together we were there.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see your generation ruling the world. I like that. I like that absolutely.
That was a nice times.
Okay. She made
Mariya. Mariya made a move, and that move is what? It's not h5. Definitely, it's not h5.
Vaishali is
knight
coming at the board. Do you think she will blitz out the move?
Bishop b6. She plays bishop b6. Oops.
The engine is not a big fan of this move.
Yes, engine says d4.
The bar goes up. Okay, here's the thing. If Vaishali starts to think now, then she was not waiting for it.
She will
do you think
start
so?
that for sure, because bishop b6 is exactly what is not in the theory. Actually, it's not the best move at all. But for Vaishali, it's unexpected. And now let's see how she will continue here. If she will do d4, d4 actually makes sense, right? To keep the center.
Yeah. On the other hand, when you see Vaishali playing so fast, this opening, you want to deviate from her
Yeah,
lines.
that's
Obviously,
true.
you don't want to
That's
play against
true.
Vaishali Prague and their coach and probably very strong engine. So
Yeah.
I understand Maria's choice here.
That's correct. Bishop b6 is absolutely unexpected move for white.
Exactly. Here we expect that Vaishali takes the time. Stavroula made her decision. She made some moves very fast, so we can take a look at that too.
So she played d4. She played d4, then take on e5. Oh, that was our suggestion, yes. And here bishop e3 is the best move. The white's position is quite good, by the way. I like that position for white. And board 5, we did not review it for a long time. This is Sarah Khadem against Javakhishvili Lela. Yeah, this is quiet position here. Everything is happening like slowly, step by step. The position is with the mutual play. So this is what white decided to have. Actually, that was their choice to go on this position. So as we already said, black does not have any issues in the opening. Their position is absolutely healthy and the game is with a mutual play. And let's go back to Nana Dzagnidze. Oh my God, Keti, she's already...
She's still thinking.
Oh my God,
Oof.
that's not a good start. That's not a good start because, you know, she can just get tired. And here we are, she took on d5.
She took on
So, what's going on?
d5.
Is she ready to sacrifice another time in a row?
Are we ready for it?
We are.
Last time she sacrificed, we had a crazy game. Really crazy game. I don't remember commentating game like that.
Yes,
And the things were
yes.
changing so
Yes.
drastically.
Yeah, by the way, on bishop takes f1, king f1 is also the move. It's not like necessary to sacrifice that piece. After king takes f1, that's absolutely okay for white. As after e takes d4, here it's even the theoretical line, as I remember, it's g4 and this kind of game. g4, h4.
Oh, I love that. I love
g4, h4, that's for you. This is from
I'm
Nana
pretty much
for
the
you.
person I like g4, g4, g5.
But if she will take on e6, that will be amazing.
Wow, I'm just looking at the statistics of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Nana Dzagnidze, and I can't believe my eyes.
What's going on?
So the database that I'm using says that Alexandra Kosteniuk beat 12 times
Yes.
and Nana beat 3 times
Oh.
in classical chess.
Really?
And they had a lot
Such
of draws.
huge
It's
advantage?
huge. It's huge.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
like we're so
it's-
proud of Nana being Georgians, right?
It seems like Alexandra Kosteniuk is not the best opponent for Nana. I mean, she does not love to play with her. I mean, based on statistics.
Based off what we see, and also like they have in a classical chess they have 12 draws and 15 decisive results. So they have more decisive
You know,
results
I
than
don't
draws.
like what is happening on this board with Nana. I'm a little bit afraid. Do you know why? Because she thought more than 20 minutes, so bishop takes f1 was most expected move
Yeah,
from
and
black,
now she's
and now she
thinking again.
continues thinking,
Aye.
oh, that's the tiredness, you know? And here we are.
Oh, another bishop sacrifice.
Wow, we are
Oh,
proud.
wow.
We are proud of it.
Oh wow, I hope they didn't hurt us because it was kind of too loud. Apologies guys if you heard it too loud.
So black has to...
I think our producer wants to storm to tell us to keep it quiet.
Black has to play bishop a6. E takes f7, king takes f7, and e4. This is the main line of all of this.
Okay.
Compensation. Definitely, it is a compensation, and it will be a very complicated game.
Valerie, what happens after queen to b3 instead of e4? Maybe you play king f8 by the accident.
And king e8 is the only move.
King e8 is only move.
So it's
And there is
kind
no
of more
follow-up?
tricky to play e4 to keep that queen b3 threat on I.
in Blitz and Rapid, you can obviously try this kind of things.
Yeah, sure. Kosteniuk is thinking, you see? She's thinking, so it seems like it was a little bit unexpected for her also to take on e6, because here is nothing much to think, actually. I mean, if you don't go with the bishop and just take the pawn on e6, then after rook takes f1, you're just losing.
Yeah, but you still need to digest this kind of situations. You know, whenever I play, even if I know the lines,
She
this
just
might
takes the
happen
time.
for
She
the
just
first
took
time.
the time. She just took the
Yeah,
time, you know.
yeah.
She has more than enough, so she
Yeah.
just took it. Otherwise, there was no more move physically.
Yeah,
The
you
bishop
know
would not
why?
go anywhere.
Usually we are working with the computers. We don't set up this on the board, and seeing all
Queen
of these
B3,
lines.
you see?
Yeah.
Nana
We
played
have a
queen
bonding
B3.
with Nana. I wish I could suggest better moves, but this is my best, Nana.
What's going on 96? Queen d7. Engine says queen d7, and nothing wrong with giving the g7 pawn. More, it is good for black. That's a little bit hard to believe, but it is so. As Mr. Engine says,
Hengen.
96. You see, I mean, okay. Engine
Stop
evaluates
suggesting moves.
Engine evaluates it not the best option for white. More opposite actually. Okay, I don't know. Let's see.
And she plays very fast this line. (96). Queen is under attack.
Queen has to go on d7.
There's not much of the choices. There's also d6. Does that make any difference?
But after e4, it will be under the tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexandra is not a player. She would just go for that.
Not that one, for sure. But I am a little bit surprised of Nana's choice. So what's going on after that? Let's take one more look. Knight g7, king d8.
How many pawns white has already
3.
grabbed? Oh, 3 pawns.
3 pawns.
3 pawns, okay. King to d8.
And the engine suggests here for white to play e4, but still after knight c6, engine says it's an advantage for black. Like bishop e3 and king c8, and the black's king is safe.
All right, so in this position after king c8, long castle, it looks like a fine position for white because of the pawns and everything, but there is this naughty move, knight to a5.
Instead
Here,
of
or yeah, knight a5 hitting the queen, and c4 square
and
is
bishop c. Oh my God!
call.
Yes, this is a trouble.
Yeah.
So okay, as engine says here, instead of queen b3, the full compensation was after e4. It seems nice.
Seems really nice. You want to play e5 right now, queen f3.
That queen b3 is still hanging.
Queen b3 is still there. It's always good to keep the threats, not to give the checks unless you see the moves. But it's
So
also
the
quite
best-
tempting because, like,
Yes,
for
it
me,
is.
it was like queen b3, knight e6 was the moves that I would just play right away to you.
Yes. So the best what engine says here is bishop c4, bishop e3, knight bd7, e5, and knight takes e5.
Oh.
D takes e5, queen takes d1, rook takes, and knight g4.
Okay, that's not bad.
They are getting that pawn back, as bishop d4 does not make any sense because of c5. So knight d5 is the best for white. Knight takes e5, knight takes e7, king takes e7, with absolutely equal position. Okay, but in the game we have absolutely different picture. We have knight e6.
Yeah, it looks, I think, after queen d7, if white goes with d5, it's something there. It's something there. Can we see that on the board, maybe?
After queen d7,
Yeah.
you mean?
After queen d7,
d5.
d5 is the suggestion.
Seems
of
like a
engine.
best move.
Yeah, because you're taking control of the center. Knight c6 is not possible. b8 knight is not developing. You can't castle, obviously. The pawn on g7 is still hanging, so I like
And
this
here
move.
is a very interesting idea connected to knight b5. For example, what engine suggests is knight g4, e4, knight e5, and knight b5. That's very nice. And going to the end game. Going to the end game with the 3 pawns. Knight c7, king d7, and knight takes b5. Or the mutual play.
Wow,
Okay.
what a day! What a day! That has been really a nice start of a day. Maybe you can take a final look at Anna and Bibisara's game just to make sure that
Rook b3
we're
was
not
there.
behind.
Rook b3 instead of taking on f6. So queen f5 or queen d6. This is a move that we consider. Both is okay, both is okay, both is with a mutual play. And in all other boards we don't have any moves, Keti.
And this is the time
So
when
as we
players
were
are
expecting,
taking...
Vaishali takes the time for 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes after bishop b6.
Yeah, so what we know already from Vaishali, she takes some time when her preparation ends. But on the other hand, that also gives her the notes
chance
that
of it. You know,
maybe
you
it's not
have the-
good. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
this move is not good, so she will think now. She has plenty of time. This is the moment where all the players are just taking a pause a little bit. They have to figure it out their plans. And you guys, this is also the first time for us to take a short break. You're going to have very interesting interviews, and right after the interviews, we'll be back with more exciting chess. See you very soon.
See you.
It's 8:30 p.m. here in Georgia, and just about 10 minutes ago we witnessed a miracle. Nana Dzagnidze, one of top players here representing Georgia, made a miracle on the board, saved a completely lost game playing against Anna Muzychuk. What a game. How are you feeling?
I mean, exhausted, what to say.
102 moves, was it?
Something like that, but I don't know. In the opening, she surprised me with the move e takes d5, because I think she has never played this line. I thought after this, my game was easy, just I need to develop my pieces and there is nothing special, but somehow when she played rook e1, I already didn't know what to play, because okay, I could sacrifice pawn there, and I didn't like my position after rook e1, to be honest. And then decided to go with this piece exchanges, and I sacrificed the pawn, and I thought I have some good compensation on b file. And I think she didn't play precise there. These moves like queen c6, a4, and rook b1. I didn't like that. I thought these moves gave me opportunity to play for more, and decided to sacrifice my bishop. Actually, I thought there I have some I don't know mating ideas, but somehow after king e2, I couldn't find. I was calculating all this rook b6, rook e8.
Well, according to the computer, you're after bishop f2, you're already in trouble, because king e2 is a good move, and then you're in a lot of trouble.
Instead of bishop f2, if I go like rook b6,
That was the option.
because
That was the option suggested by the...
I felt that rook b1, a4, and rook b1 couldn't be the right moves in the position. I felt this, and that's why, I mean, yeah, okay, I should have gone rook b6 and rook f6.
But obviously at some point as the game progressed, you realized that you were more or less lost, but you kept on playing. What gave you the energy to keep on going? Did you say to yourself, no, I'm going to try until the end and just push it? Or did you feel that there was something in the position that she was shaky in her play?
Yeah, I was looking at some checks in the position, and I had some checks, so I decided to just continue play and give some checks. When checks finished, I will resign. But I don't know, somehow the checks didn't finish.
Yes, and when Anna made that move, King B7, and it was at that point the yellow bar went 50-50. How did you feel?
I felt relieved. I mean, what to say? But you know, the 3 games which I played in previous rounds, in 2 games I think I was absolutely winning, and in the 3rd game I was +1 and something. So I spoiled all these advantages in these 3 games. So
this way it now comes a payback. Yeah.
yes.
And which is harder? You've been in these positions a lot. When you're facing a lost position, how do you find the energy to say, okay, I need to calm down and keep on playing? What is it that you say to yourself? How do you do it?
I'm saying myself like I should continue fighting, and what will be the result? I just what will be it is. I mean, I have to fight till the end. So we will see.
And looking from your opponent's perspective, you also been in those positions where you're completely dominating and winning, and you just kind of in the end failed to win. How difficult is it to win a one position, so to speak?
I don't know. In this tournament, I guess for me, I mean, it's really difficult to win the absolutely winning position. I really don't know what to think about it. I mean, especially in the 2nd round, I was absolutely winning. I thought at some point Mariya would resign after I played knight e5 and bishop f5. I really didn't see the move for white. But somehow, I don't know, it was like the computer evaluated this position +6 or something for black. But I couldn't manage to win such position. I mean, I don't know. Only one thing what I know is like I have to fight till the end.
Obviously, in this game, Anna performed badly, and you managed to make a comeback. What are your thoughts on the rest of the tournament?
The rest of the tournament, I mean, still how many rounds? 5 rounds to go. So yeah, I mean, I will continue like in my usual routine, like preparation to be in the good shape for the game, and we will see. I mean, I really don't know. I don't have any predictions.
This tournament is played in Georgia, your home country. Do you feel that more as a win to your sales, or more as a pressure on you?
To be honest with you, like I feel more pressure playing here in Georgia, and I prefer.
Why? Because your family and friends are all here watching, or?
Yeah. I really prefer to play such an important tournament abroad, because here you have so many familiar faces. You know, it's not easy to be concentrated only for the game. So, yeah.
Just to finish off, we obviously we're going to have a celebration of FIDE 100 here in Georgia as well. What are your thoughts on 100 years of FIDE?
We have to celebrate. I mean, I'm always enjoying when I play chess. Whole my life, it doesn't matter what will be the result, how it's gonna be, like winning position, losing. I'm always enjoying. So I wish to everybody, every chess lovers, chess amateurs, to just enjoy the process, enjoy the game.
Lela Dzagnidze, pleasure talking to you. Rest.
Thank you.
So we are here back in the 5th round of FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Keti and Valerie in the studio. We have all the games in the action, and today is really exciting day. We're in actions on almost every board, Valerie. Which one
we have.
Do you want to take a look first?
Let's take a look. Let's start with the first board. Nana Dzagnidze against Kosteniuk Alexandra. Nana captured on G7. And Alexandra played King D8. Now it is white to move. The best option here that we could consider for white is E4. And actually King C8 is very strong. I like this move, I mean, to make the king safe. Okay, as engine says, it's not the full compensation that the white has for the piece. Okay, white already has 3 pawns. But still it's not enough. Next board we also have a very interesting position. Assaubayeva Bibisara against Muzychuk Anna. She decided to capture on f6 after rook b3. So the line that we are considering here is take on f6, knight takes d5, and queen takes d5. And we already have the move there. Bishop takes f6, yes. So Anna capture on f6. Now,
this is the situation. The pawn on d5 is still there.
Yes, Bibisara is still thinking. So what we are considering, this is knight takes d5 to get that pawn back, actually. But black has a very, very strong queen takes d5, which is equalizing the chances. And this is happening. Knight takes d5. Now it's Anna's turn, and she has to take on d5. What else could we consider here? I don't think here is a better move than that. What else to play if not?
Well, you cannot play bishop e6 right away because knight f6 is with a check.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to do it.
On bishop g4, I'm not sure about bishop g4 as b7 pawn is hanging also. So, seems like queen takes d5 has to be done. And I don't think that Anna will take much time on that. So we will stay here for a while.
Shall we see some line there? What happens in the end game? Like, let's say queen takes d5, queen takes d5. We have all the straights. Bishop to e6 in the end. And shall white look for more here with e4, for instance?
Then there is take on d5, knight a5, and everything is protected.
Rook to, let's say, a3?
Bishop d8. Okay. That's an engine suggestion. But b6 also is
b6 also looks decent. I was just thinking maybe this is something that white can count on. The pawn on d5 and start to create the play, but yeah, there's the opposite color bishop. The knight is quite restricted on f3, cannot move around, and there's an issue of the back rank. So black can easily play rook c8, rook d8.
So maybe bishop a6, and this move could be counted.
Yeah, also, but the sense. Knight on a5 is also stacked. So rook d8, rook d3.
Yeah. That's why it's equal. King f8 says the engine. King f8 to keep the king in the center. Okay, this is actually a very equal position. But first of all, Anna has to take on d5 here. I mean, this is a tiny tactics that I'm sure she can see that.
Yeah, maybe she's considering some of the lines in the end game rather than to because if you capture here, you cannot take it back. You have to go for it. So she's calculating.
But on the same time, physically there is no more moves.
Yeah.
If somebody will not say that king f8, for example, king f8. But in that case, the h7 square appears also. And yes, and she took on d5. So, Keti, what's going on? Another draw? Appears?
Yet another draw would be more a proper way to say. Yeah. It's this is a tournament when you want to be solid. The players like Alexandra Kosteniuk, who's so experienced, she knows that for her, like when she was here at the studio, she said like she will say whatever it takes. If there is a chance, of course she will win. But draw helps you to go to the next round.
Ahead, yeah.
So they don't have to, and also this is the first, like the final goal for each player is to qualify to the top 2. That's what they want. They have to do their best in 3 Grand Prix. All right, now they are starting to play rather fast. They will trade the pieces, and in the end we will have bishop to e6, and black will get the exchange back.
And here Bibisara will take a time.
No. Yeah, in this point,
in this position.
Yeah, she will decide to.
This is a current position actually already on the board.
Right. This is the current position. So you can see Anna getting up of the.
Actually, for
table.
Anna, it's also okay. Good result to do draw with the black. Why not?
Like, let's be honest, if any of us, any chess player, had a day like Anna had yesterday, it was very tough for her. She had so many chances to win.
I agree.
It's not easy
Totally
to
agree.
forget that and then come back here. But she has been through to everything for so many years. She has been top woman player for many years already. I'm sure she already has this immunity to deal with that. Valerie, we have very interesting situation on the board of Vaishali Muzychuk, Mariya Muzychuk's sister. We have both of them here, and we can take a look. I actually asked Anna how come that they are choosing tournaments together.
Yes.
They always like to play together, and obviously they are playing each other. And Anna said that she likes to travel with her sister, so whenever she has some time to talk, she has her best friend here to talk with. So that's pretty nice.
I also wish, for example, my brother or sister to play chess with me.
Really?
Or to travel together.
Oh,
Why not?
Yeah, that's cool.
But it will be much better if he will be stronger than me.
And that's the tough one. The sibling competition.
Okay, so in the moment of bishop b6, Vaishali made the absolutely correct decision, and she played d4 as we are suggesting. And after knight g6, h3, h5, and king h1, the white's position is slightly better here.
King h1, the reason of that
the point is g4, knight g1.
All right.
That's a point.
Okay.
And if black takes on h3, then to take with the knight.
Vaishali wants to make sure that her king side is safe.
And it is.
And then she'll play c4 and c5. Although I got my eyes on the engine suggestion, and on the move 16, instead of h3, the engine goes with a c4 right away, and then some crazy line starts. Shall we see that line? So white could just ignore the king side and now go c5. And after pawn takes the knight, you take the bishop. And black takes the pawn on g2.
And rook e1.
The rook e1, just cold-blooded move like that. When black takes the pawn on b6, now you take the pawn on e5. You take pawn on e5, and then I already have regrets to take you here in this line because engine says go h4. This is insane move. I don't know.
Actually, black's king is not safe. Let's say so. As long castle is okay, they have the moves there on king h1, g4. This is what happened. So Vaishali definitely will play knight g1. And bishop e6 is the best move here for black. Slightly better for white, but nothing special actually.
Yeah, that's true, but this position looks like at some point the board will just explode.
Yeah.
You know, they have king side attack, some queen side.
Some center, everywhere.
Center is not blocked yet, so the pieces are all over the board. So this is not going to be the peaceful game for sure.
Yes, and we have interesting position, Stavroula against Alina Kashlinskaya. So after d4, let's take a look what happened there. Take on e4, knight takes, c5. Knight d2 seems like not the best move. Bishop e3 is a suggestion of the engine. Knight d2, take on d4, take on e4, and take on c3. Queen f3 seems like a very interesting move. And on bishop b7, take on f6, take on f6, and queen h3. And on g6, just to take on c3. The pawn structure on the queen side is, of course, very bad for white, but they have some initiative on the king side, connected to some knight g4 move. Another option that Stavroula has, instead of queen f3, could be just the equal position here with knight c3.
That's an interesting position.
Yeah, board five. So here will be a very long game. We can see already that it will be a long game. The typical position with the isolated pawn. Bishop on f4 is located very well. That is not giving the chance to black to stay on the diagonal with the bishop and later with the queen. So the position is with the mutual play. Stavroula did the move, and that move is not queen f3 or either knight takes c3. This is queen e2. Okay, the point of queen e2 is to take on f6, and then queen e4 with double attack on h7 and a8 rook. So in case black captures on b2, after bishop takes b2, white has a huge initiative.
I love these pieces. Look at that.
Look at
Curved
one,
bishop targeting the king side.
And only one rook from a1, and that also could enter in the game with tempo
yeah.
on d1. So that's
this beautiful knight controlling so much squares in the center.
Yes. So c takes b2, I think is too risky. That's why black just have to develop the bishop on b7 to control the e4 square and to request for some tradings. Here, Dzagnidze Nana against Kosteniuk Alexandra. e4 was the move that she did after king d8. I mean, Nana played e4 and knight c6. Bishop e3 seems to be played, and then the black has very strong king c8. King c8, king b7 idea is very strong.
Love this idea to make sure your king rooks are connected. There's also knight a5, bishop c4 ideas here for black. There's rook to g8 idea as well to hit the pawn on g2. So white has to put the pieces together now and make really, really tough decisions because you cannot castle on the short side. The bishop controls this diagonal. White basically has to go on the long side.
Yeah, based on engine here, black has an advantage. Second board, as we said, Bibisara is taking a time after bishop e6. That's obvious because she can give any of those rooks and she's deciding which one to keep on the board. The position is absolutely equal. And now we have the moment, we have the new move here where Lela captured on d4, forcing white to capture on d4 with the pawn, and there is no more as isolated pawn on the board. The position is equal, maybe slightly better, abstractly for white, but of course position is very close to equal.
Yeah, it might be slightly better for white because of the situation of the dark square bishop on a7.
Yes.
It's targeting the pawn on d4, but there are not more forces to do so.
Yes.
And another thing is that I like very much this kind of sacrifices. I see the hook on h6, maybe rook e1, rook e5 or something like that.
And then just take it.
I was working
I think
on
black has to be to take care about trading the dark square bishop even, for example with bishop b8.
Bishop b8 solves two problems. You avoid your...
But you know what engine says? Exactly on bishop b8 it says take on h6. Oh my god.
Wow, look at this.
So take. Wow.
f4, f5, rook f3 is the idea?
Just rook
Rook
e1
e1,
also.
rook e-
Just
wow,
rook
looks
e1.
good.
So it
Looks
says
really
knight
good.
e4, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and
Knight
rook
e4.
fe1.
Not even taking that pawn.
Yes. What's going on if they f6? Ah, f6 is a move and nothing special is happening there. So it says rook fe1, and on f5, queen g6 check, king h8, and rook e3.
Beautiful.
Bishop g8. What a crazy line. Knight d5, queen g7, rook h3, bishop h7. Wow.
Look at this, how this ends.
Take on g7 and knight c7. Now knight e6 is king and bishop g8. The only oh my god. Take on a8, bishop f4, rook c7. No, okay, that's unbelievable. That's just unbelievable.
I want to see this happening.
Take on c7, take on c7, rook d8, d5, take on d5.
And equal position.
And equal position in the end. King f1 and rook d2. That's crazy.
I want to have this today. I want to see it. I want to see it. Ah,
That's
wow.
crazy.
Wow,
That's
wow,
good.
wow.
Okay, black also has here rook ac8, which seems maybe even solid because now taking on h6 is not so powerful. Take on h6, take on h6, knight e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, bishop takes e4, and f6.
f6 and you have bishop d4,
Yeah.
rook c1 as
Yeah,
well.
because here the same line as it was on bishop b8 seems like does not work because, for example,
Yeah, because there is this also the final
In
moves
this
like knight
case,
c7 will not be working.
yeah, rook fe1 does not make any sense here because of just take on d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here nothing is happening. Okay, let's see. Let's see what Lela will do here in this position where she's thinking. Actually, in both of the positions, we see that black is equalizing. They don't have any issues. Let's go to Nana's
Interesting.
game. Nana played bishop e3 against Kosteniuk Alexandra. She played bishop e3, so what we are suggesting now for black, this is king c8 move, which seems very solid and solving a lot of problems connected to the king. And development in total.
Alexandra also taking some time. Actually,
Nana
it is
starts playing quite quickly.
Yeah, 20 something minutes.
But we have a huge delay.
difference.
On the clock I see there is a
45
45 minutes. Ah, no, it's correct.
The moment we're starting talking about clock, it's just switches.
So somebody hears us
Yeah.
all the time. And I have a doubt this is our producer.
No, our producer has no hands on
On the clock.
No.
On the clock. Even on the screen.
No.
Okay, Bibisara is still thinking. So here she took about 12, 13 minutes already. But of course, no worries here about the time. First of all, they already did... she did the move. She did the move.
Bishop
This is bishop
c4 is her
c4.
move.
In case of taking on d5, she wants to take, of course, with the bishop to keep some pressure on the queen side, but even here after rook d8, e4 and knight e7, the position is absolutely equal.
Yep, you take the pawn on b7 with
And
rook. You take
that
the
will be
pawn
even
on
risky,
d5.
you know, Keti. It will be even risky that here bishop is much stronger than the knight.
Because we have pawns still on the both
Yes.
flanks.
Yes.
The rook
a pawn
d1
makes
is a
big
threat,
sense.
and then rook goes on a5, and
Yes.
white has to be
So
careful.
here the best move for white is bishop c4 and on rook d1 just to play bishop f1. And b7 pawn is hanging. And for example, if the black plays b6, it will be just e5, and that makes sense. And on bishop g5 there will be another tempo, and the position is equal here.
Okay, quite peaceful game for both players. Bibisara Assaubayeva is one of the 3 participants who is leading the competition. Not from the very beginning. Stavroula is another participant, and it is actually amazing to see young participants and new faces.
Yeah, sure,
and to have a
that's
chance
nice.
for these players to play at events like that, because this is kind of like elite tournament, which is so difficult.
Too much
to go
elite.
with.
Too much elite.
It's too difficult to get in the
Yes.
circle.
Yes.
So
So Alina is thinking here. She's taking her time after Queen E2 that Stavroula made a very interesting move. Next board, Vaishali against Muzychuk, Mariya. Mariya is thinking after knight G1. The best option seems to play bishop E6 with black in this position for Mariya Muzychuk.
Mariya
It's
also
quite
likes
complicated.
to burn the time on the clock because she's quite a strong speed player, and then at some point she can speed up
Anytime.
a lot. So, yeah.
Yes, this is a moment when she is thinking. And we have the move from Lela, and it's not bishop b8 that we are considering a
Suggesting bad moves.
long line, a very long line. So queen d3 seems like problematic here for black. Not too much, but you know, that's unpleasant still.
And
And here
Sarah
we are.
is
Yes, Sarah is
going
doing
for
queen
that.
d3. So black has to take care about the dark square bishop as fast as possible. For example, rook a c8 and then bishop b8, because immediate bishop b8 is tucking the rook on a8, and could be that the white will play bishop e5 here. And now the rook has to stay on c8, right? And not on a8. So that's why maybe the best move here for Lela is to play rook a c8. No, she did bishop
goes
b8.
bishop b8.
She did bishop b8, and after bishop e5, black rook is a little bit stuck. At the same time, some bishop f6 is hanging. So, for example, if black plays bishop d6, there is f4, just a strong, very strong
Oh,
move.
look at that.
And here it's some troubles. It's
Look
already
at the
some,
bishop
yeah.
on e5.
Yeah,
Beautifully
there
just
will be
cemented
attack.
in the center.
So she has to be careful here on bishop e5. It seems like necessary to play knight e4. Knight takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and sacrifice the pawn here and just play g6. But it's not an easy decision, you know, to just sacrifice the pawn. It's always very difficult to decide.
I'm so surprised that the engine here gives so small advantage to white, even though there is an extra pawn on the board.
Yeah, because here bishop b1 does not make anything anymore, so that's why it's a little bit bad piece now on b1. The dark square piece, bishops will be traded. So, for example, what could happen here? Queen e3, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, and just king g7. Some compensation, but not enough. But from other way, it is very risky, you know, to don't do that. Then what to do? F4 is just a powerful move.
You should not allow your opponent to make f4, right? Well, hold on. After knight d4, f4, and there's bishop f5 move. That's
Here f4, you mean?
yeah. Or f3 even.
Yeah, here is bishop f5,
Bishop f5.
problems free.
How about
And on
f3?
f3, there is bishop takes e5, even winning for black. Queen
Queen
c5, check
knight to
appears.
f2.
Queen
Oh.
c5, check appears. And take on e4 makes no sense because it will be just tempo, and bishop takes d4 with check.
Exactly.
Oh, suddenly this quiet position goes to a lot of complications.
Well, the thing is, like, whenever I play position like this, I feel like I'm like so much worse. I'm like looking like, oh my god, I have to avoid these checkmates and everything. I get back in my room and I see the engine says like 001, 002, like so chill.
Oh, here Alexandra did not play King C8. She decided to be more active and played Knight A5. So Queen C2 seems like a most obvious move, and now King C8 has to be done now or later. So maybe it wasn't necessary to put the knight on A5, and I mean just do the move that you have to do. This is King C8, and then let's take a look about Knight A5. Knight A5.
Can she do now King C8?
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. But it's a little bit different. A little bit different. Okay.
Oh, there is, for instance, after.
What?
Yeah, Queen C2 and King to C8, if Black does that. Something like D5 here to bring the knight back on E6. Knight G4 is attacking the bishop. Bishop D4, just centralizing everything. And the engine goes crazy here for C5 move.
Yes, that I wanted to say. That's crazy.
And you cannot take en passant here because the bishop on D4 is hanging. And the bishop itself is stuck right now.
So knight E2.
Knight E2,
But
perhaps
then,
king B7.
Then what for white here?
Yeah.
What did they get? Okay, here we have exactly that thing that we were talking about, Assaubayeva Bibisara with Muzychuk Anna. We are talking about this position. This is what is currently happening on the board. Rook D1, Bishop F1. I believe it was like that.
Assaubayeva on the screen.
Did they agree on draw? I somehow had a feeling that they were signing up the score. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Cool.
There was a draw. This is the first game. Was it a repetition? We'll receive the moves soon. And our first game between Bibisara Assaubayeva Muzychuk Anna has ended in a draw, quite peaceful game.
Anna didn't do the rook D1 check. She did
She
knight
offered a draw.
C6 here and offered draw.
Yeah, we don't have a Sophia roll, which
Rook
means
B7
that
does not make sense because after knight A5 we're just losing.
yeah, we don't have a Sophia roll here, which means that you can't make a draw before 30 moves unless it is a threefold repetition. But yeah, I think it's not really necessary to have that rule in all the tournaments.
Yes.
Somehow I feel very limited with that because I'm not a player who likes to make draws. So whenever I have this limitation, I just feel.
And Kashlinskaya Alina made the correct move. She played Bishop B7 here. She didn't took on B2 because that sacrificing was actually good for white. So Bishop B7 is a move that we already considered. Here the position is with a mutual play. White can just capture on C3 like this. And then try to play Bishop G5. It's equal, but still complicated as all pieces are on the board. Muzychuk Mariya made E takes D4. So C takes D4 for Vaishali. And bishop takes D4, just rook B1, go to that sacrificing. With compensation, definitely compensation for white. This will be the wild game. I have that feeling that soon there will be the fire on the board. After bishop E5, yes, Lela played G6 and F4, I think so. F4 is bishop F5, there will be queen G3. Or queen F3, either of them. Seems to me slightly better for white.
Queen G3 maybe with the idea of F5 next move. Or could I do queen H4?
Here knight E4 is a move, that's why I stopped. Knight e4, and then queen e3, by the way, makes sense. Oh, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Because if the black captures on c3, there is bishop takes f5. Wow.
This game can get really wild very soon.
Yes.
After g6, Sarah is taking her time. Move f4 is such a natural move, but there are more moves here in this position, such as queen to f3 to pin the, to attack the knight on f6.
And here Lela has a, I mean, good square for the knight on g7 if she needs so. Also queen g5 appears, the new idea.
What about rook to d1?
Rook
After d1?
queen g5. Now e5 pawn hangs.
Yeah, the rook on c1 is hanging, so you can take the pawns on d5.
Yes, so here black is absolutely okay. Let's see what Sarah Khadem will decide here in this position to play. f4 seems more problematic for black. But bishop f5, you know, I understand Lela completely that at least, you know, you are playing that bishop f5 and you can trade some pieces.
Yeah, I'm not so certain of the engine suggestion with knight e4 to sacrifice the pawn. It's a healthy pawn in my eyes.
Yeah, could
so
be,
why
could
to
be.
go for it, yeah.
Could be. So the best what her engine suggests here is queen f3, bishop takes b1, rook takes b1, and sacrificing the pawn anyway.
Just do it.
It sacrificed that pawn anyway. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit difficult for us to make sure which one is the best option here, so let them play and let's just do the comments later.
Yeah, the game of Vaishali against Muzychuk, we have there queen to c2.
Oh, here was repetition, by the way.
There was repetition.
It was a repetition.
Just a second. Yeah.
Here was the repetition. The last position was like this: knight c6, bishop d5, knight e7, bishop c4. This is a game Assaubayeva Bibisara with Muzychuk Anna. Okay, let's go to the first board. Here after knight a5, Nana is still thinking, and she already has 36 minutes on the clock, 35 minutes on the clock. Of course, the position is quite tough, but what she could consider more than queen c2. This is very interesting. In this position, where to go with the queen.
Thinking?
Yes, where to go with the queen more than on c2. Okay.
F7 maybe.
Let's consider what's going on queen f7, bishop c4.
And the queen is almost dropped. Do you have d5 there?
And d5, knight e4.
Oy.
This is maybe what she's maybe missing. As knight e6 check does not make any big sense here. There will be just king c8. And knight takes e4 is not changing anything for white in the good side, because there is just a discover check. But yeah, it still needs to calculate, but Nana is taking too much time, you know.
35?
From the beginning, she thought too much. Now she's, okay, I'm just afraid that she can become tired.
Yeah, and Alexandra, she actually won game yesterday. Also, her opponent, yesterday's opponent, spent so much time.
And actually, she won based on that. Okay, I don't want to say too loudly, but maybe Sarah Khadem will not do that mistake if she has more time.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. So waiting for Nana's move here. Queen c2 is the most obvious one.
On the board too, Tsolakidou Stavroula capture on c3, as we are suggesting. The position is with the mutual play. And board 3, Vaishali against Muzychuk Mariya. Here we have a very interesting queen c2. So Vaishali even did not take on d4, and she decided to sacrifice the pawn like this. Actually, I love that. Love that. Amazing decision. That she's just ignoring that pawn. So she definitely has the compensation for that pawn. Sarah Khadem is thinking after g6. Of course, f4 is like a move that you have to feel the high responsibility of that move, as if you one step with the pawn, it never goes back. And okay, she's, I think that she's considering actually that move, how good it can be for white to play f4 in that position. So, Keti, here we have the moment again where all players are thinking, and we have the move from Sarah, and she didn't do f4. She didn't do f4. She did rook e1. And guess what is the suggestion of engine here?
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
Surprise, surprise.
Knight e4. Okay. What's another move? Why not bishop f5, for example? Because of queen g3, and there is a very unpleasant pin there. I mean, not the pin, the discovered threats.
Bishop e8 is the threat here.
Yes. So bishop f5 does not work. Another option for black is to take on e5, and on d takes e5, play knight h5. Actually, I like that for black. I mean, the best solution in that position. That's tapping f4. Also, those pawns are blocked on the king side. I have some bishop f5 if I need so. I can support that with knight g7. Also, I have rook a c8, the game on open c file. But let's see. Next board. Actually, on the next board we have no moves. We have no new moves on any of the positions. Nana is still thinking.
We have new move of Vaishali, actually. She decided to sacrifice a pawn with a different move order. She goes... Yeah, instead of c takes d4.
Yes, queen c2 is just amazing, amazing decision that she made. She just ignored that pawn and just continue with queen c2. So I was saying that the white has a huge compensation for that pawn and the initiative, as the black king is absolutely in unsafe position. Maybe there is no threats for black on that king right now, but later it will be for sure.
It's dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Castling on the king side will not be safe, and the same is on the queen side. So Mariya has some decisions to make, and it seems like the best is to take on h3, and then take on c3, at least to be pawn up. And after queen c3, try to play h4, bishop h2, and bishop e6. That seems most natural here for black.
Yeah, black's king in the middle of the center.
Lela played knight
not
g4.
so promising.
Knight g4. Okay, the engine says that this is kind of blunder, or what's going on? Wait a sec. So bishop takes b8, rook a takes b8, queen g3. No, queen g4 is hanging as the bishop is pinned.
Okay. If you play here like knight f6 or something, there's bishop g6.
Yes,
sacrifice.
Yes.
So what if queen goes somewhere like d7, d6?
Where?
D6.
That's a problem. On d7 here it's just h3 anyway, and then take on g6. And if the queen goes on d6, then there is f3 attacking the knight. And anyway, take on g6.
Knight has only one square on f6. Let's show that on the board, and then
anyway,
white is
take on g6.
winning the
pawn.
That seems like a blunder.
Yes,
Knight g4.
It seems like a blunder. It seems like a blunder.
Wow.
And quite easy for white to go on that, because it seems, even without that blunder, it seems obvious to do. With white, just to take on b8 and then play queen b8, queen g3. Oh.
There's also this move f4.
Here?
Yeah, is natural move to me, but also a blunder.
Queen h4 is...
Oh.
We are missing queen h4.
Queen h2.
Yeah. So, yes, and she took on b8, of course she will. It's quite natural move, and even queen g3 is a natural move now. Oh, it seems like Lela.
Which she went for it.
Ah.
Maybe she already said and now leaving the board.
Oh. That's a pity blunder. Actually, any blunder is pity. And unpleasant. It's like a cold shower, you know, suddenly. Seems like everything is solid, everything stays well, and suddenly bishop g6. Actually, that bishop g6 was because of what Sarah Khadem lost yesterday. That bishop g6 blunder, if you remember, with the Kosteniuk Alexandra. Bishop takes g6. So the same bishop takes g6 is happening now today, but now from Sarah Khadem's side.
Wow, look at this situation. Sarah is taking her time. That's not difficult for her to find this move.
Because it is almost on the same time, it's natural. This is actually what I mentioned, that even if it is not hanging, the queen g3 move is kind of the move that you have to do. What else could we consider, for example? What can it be? I don't even know. f3? And then what? No, queen g3 seems the most obvious here. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, there is h3 move as well to kick the knight. She's going for that.
Yeah.
You don't need to ask her twice to find the best move.
She saw
Sarah
that.
Khadem, international master, very strong chess player. She's struggling maybe in this tournament with half a point out of 4,
Yes.
but whenever she has a chance, she will
Of
score
course,
it.
here is not a player which will not use their chances. We just physically don't have that kind of players in this tournament. If you are giving the chance, of course, the opponent will use it. Now it's interesting to see at Lela if she sees that. But we can see, yes, now we see it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the move you want to
Unfortunate,
see.
Yeah.
And not much
Oops.
options here.
Yeah, it's like, oops. Yeah, pity blunder.
What about queen g5?
But the same. I mean, it's not changing anything, right? For example, if I play h3, is it changing anything? Knight f6 and then take on g6. What it has changed.
He went queens on the board, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, the engine here says that even f4 is a better.
Oof, f4, f5, and then h3 to win the piece.
On queen f6, h3. Now the knight is tucked. And on queen takes d4, just king f1. That's crazy.
King f1 is a bit silly move, but it works.
When the knight goes, just rook takes e6. Not even bishop takes g6. F takes e6. Queen takes g6. King f8. Queen takes h6. King g8. And just rook d1. Just that knight is also hanging on f6.
Vaishali. Look at Vaishali. What she's looking at. I think she's looking at the game of Sarah and Lela right now on the screen. Look at her. She's so confused.
What is she doing? The lady. Okay, in Vaishali's game, nothing is changing.
All right. I think
Yeah, on other boards we don't have any news.
The most important game is the one Sarah Khadem and Lela Javakhishvili. Lela will take some time. She is not forced to make the move here.
She
I think
fully
she will
realized
take.
now
Yeah.
that
You guys, we are going to take a short break here, but we're gonna keep the this board on the screen. So if there is any moves, you're gonna see it's on the screen, because this is the game which has the most dramatic
Yes.
turns of situation. We're taking a short break, and after that, we'll be back with more analysis.
Okay, see you.
This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti, this is Valerie, and we have the games in progress. One game down with a draw, Mariya Muzychuk, Bibisara Assaubayeva, and other 4 games are still in progress.
Okay, let's start with the most interesting game and the moment that we left before the break. This is Lela Javakhishvili with black against Sarah Khadem with white. The last move Lela played is knight f6. And okay, the engine says that taking on g6 is quite powerful for white, as taking on g6, queen takes g6, king f8, and f4 is giving to white a huge advantage. As f5 is hanging, knight e4 is not helping much, because take on e4, queen takes e4, or maybe even rook takes e4 works. No, rook takes e4. It's all. You see, Sarah Khadem has to do quite only moves here. Queen takes e4, rook e8, and queen g6 back. This is what the white has to do to get a very big advantage. It's not so easy. It's not so easy to find. So more than bishop g6, let's consider another move, for example f4, which is actually losing the advantage at all for white, as there is a very strong knight h5.
Mm-hmm. Well, how difficult is this move?
What about rook e5?
To be played.
Rook e5 still keeps the advantage. Oh, rook e5 is also troublemaker.
Hmm.
But definitely bishop g6 is the best move.
Is it a move? Yeah. Sarah has to go for it.
As she already had bishop g6 in this tournament.
But now she has to do it herself.
Okay, let's take a look at the first game where Dzagnidze Nana got a big advantage suddenly, and this is very nice to see that after knight a5, queen c2, bishop takes a3. That was absolutely unnecessary.
Oh, that's
knight f5.
That's very surprising move by Alexandra.
Yes, she just wanted to grab the pawn, but after that, bishop b4 and bishop g5. Here engine says that the white has a huge advantage, as e5 is coming, and if the black plays king c8, then just knight is hanging. So if they support the knight with the rook f8, there will be just e5. So it seems like Nana is getting the piece back. Is it a blunder from Kosteniuk?
I think that's a blunder that
Seems
Alexandra
like that.
made. And also she spent a lot of time, already has 44 minutes on the clock. That usually says that too much thinking gets you into the troubles.
Yes. The last chance here to don't get in that position was to take on b2. Alexandra played bishop b4, so taking on b2 and sacrifice the piece like that, sacrifice back, so queen takes b2, and here at least black is taking on e4. It is still knight takes e4, queen takes f5, still advantage for white, but not so big.
Yeah.
And what happened in the game after knight f5, bishop b4, bishop g5, now it's actually a huge advantage for white.
It is, because white has these extra pawns, beautiful center. Bishop now pins the knight. We can see Nana already feels that. Look at her face. I think she's a bit surprised as well by the decision of Alexandra.
This is kind of, she got unlucky in few games. Until that she could win the game, and now she got lucky, so it's like a payback.
Mm-hmm.
For her.
For her, yeah. Oh wow, let's go back once again on this move, bishop a3. That is a quite surprising move by Alexandra.
Yes, and king c8 was so natural, just to make your king safe. Actually, king c8 was the best here, okay, let's say so. Just king c8. Just
I also like bishop to c4 move.
where? After knight a5?
Knight a5, queen c2.
So you
and
mean here, and bishop c4. But here is a little bit different moment that knight f5 is coming. And king, I mean, do you know what's the point that I want to say? That the only problem that the black has is the safety of the king. So is not it better just to solve that problem? Yeah, just immediately, to don't delay it for the next time, just play king c8 and everything is okay. I mean, that's it. We are solving our main problem with king c8 and king b7. Okay. Alexandra does not feel too good. She realized that she blundered that. Bishop g5. Yeah, such a okay, actually we already mentioned that any blunder is pity.
Yeah, but she has to give up now the piece. There's no way to guard the knight on f6. If you play bishop e7, then knight f5, e7, and e5 will happen anyway. So this is just
here
not
even
a
there
big
is no
help.
queen e7 because of knight d5, I think so. And now we have to give the queen. Bishop takes e7, knight takes e7. Black has 3 pieces for the queen, but the pawn range for white is just huge.
Yeah, no, it's not enough, obviously. So Alexandra, tough decision to make.
You know that bishop takes a3 is changing the evaluation for 3 points. 2.5.
Yeah.
2.5.
Yeah, that was something that Alexandra wants to take it back.
Tiredness appears, you know.
Yeah, maybe she was calculating b takes a3 as a move to make.
As a main move.
Yeah.
Here instead of knight f5 to take on a3 with the rook.
Exactly,
then
to
just
take
queen
here,
takes
to take,
g7.
and then b4. Maybe she was navigating to that line with b4 as the knight and bishop is also hanging. But still, this bishop a3 allows white to have some kind of counterplay on the queen side. Wow, quite
So
surprising
Alexandra is
decision.
in trouble. So very nice for Nana. You see, yesterday she survived in the losing position. Today she is just winning. It's kind of sign of being in top 3. You know, when you got a little luck. Well, we are talking about that, some draws, and when you got lucky somewhere, that's kind of enough, you know, for the tournament to get in the top places. Okay, let's go to the second board. Tsolakidou, Stavroula against Kashlinskaya, Alina, and after bishop b7, knight c3, let's see what happened. b4, knight e4 back, queen d5, bishop g5, take on e4, take on e4. This is a situation, so I think Alina will take. She already took. Yes, she already took. Take, and take on e7. Rook f8. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Rook f8, bishop takes b4, rook takes e5, bishop takes a5, rook a e8. Yeah, it seems like a draw. Oh, sorry for such a decision that I said that
Assumed it's gonna be a draw.
I mean, I said, oh, it's gonna be the draw. But with the opposite color bishops on the board, yeah, a lot of chances. Even the engine evaluates it just 0.2.
Yeah, really tough to find here any weakness from any side to press on. And we know that the opposite color bishop has the tendency of the draws. So this player is gonna trade all these pieces. We can go to the next game, Vaishali Muzychuk, and check out what is happening. We have actually not that much of moves.
Only one move we have.
And the time is more or less equal now, 30 minutes plus for both players. Rook to g8 has been played with some ideas to play h4, g3 to
Just
annoy
look at this from the
white.
side, how complicated is the
very
position.
complicated.
What is
I barely
going on
see
there?
Mariya actually leaving the board. She's there, she's thinking all the time, barely leaving the board. The position is so demanding.
Yes, that's quite complicated, and Sarah Khadem is still thinking. In this position, she is still thinking, considering taking on g6 or not.
Taking on g6, and then she has to figure it out what happens after with f4. That's what she has to
move
do.
and evaluate correctly that position. Because still sacrificing the piece, when you have the option to have still the advantage with rook e5, you know, it's kind of difficult thing to decide at the board that still keep the advantage or go to that a little unclearness for more, looking for more. So let's see. Also, we have to mention that Sarah Khadem is not doing the good tournament. I mean, the start is not
Yeah, she has a bit
good
heavy
for her.
start.
And, you know, for example, what I wanted to say, so we have already 4 games done. If she has 2.5, 3 points, I'm sure she will make the decision here faster, you know, because of the more confidence.
Yeah, and she wants to now not to risk.
Yeah.
But bishop g6 is the move you have to do here. Let's keep the eye on this one. Maybe she will play as she was actually thinking for several minutes already. Sarah.
Anyway, on other boards, nothing is happening for now. Everybody is thinking.
Wow, she's taken more than 10 minutes for this move.
It's actually kind of a decisive moment in the game, we can say like that. Decisive moment, as bishop g6, of course, will be the most important move in the game.
Exactly. This game can change the direction of the whole match. Rook e5 is another option, so I can also do that. f4 is not very tempting.
Yeah, because of knight h5. And do you know what? After rook e5, black has a very interesting king h8. And still white has to take on g6. Because if they play rook a e1, then after queen d6, the advantage is not so big. Because now taking on g6 does not make any big sense.
That's why you played king h8 to free the
Yes.
square for the rook.
Yes, that has multiple ideas. One is to free the square for the rook on g8, and another is in case we need to play knight h5 to play knight h5. Nice moment for Sarah Khadem to decide her next game, how it will look like.
Exactly, we have Sarah's footage from the oh, she's going for the bishop g5. What a powerful move. After thinking a lot, Lela is not even spending a second.
Yes, because of course
she has to
take
do it.
Yes.
She has to do it. Queen g6, king f8.
And now let's see if
also
she
on
will
the
do
move.
f4. Now it's an important moment. For example, if white captures on h6, let's see what's going on there. King f7 and rook e3. Still keeps the advantage for white, but not so big. f4 is a move which is just getting a very big advantage. Okay, for example, what's going on f4 if black plays queen f7? Queen takes h6, king g8, and what will be next? Rook e5. Yeah, just continue the attack. You know, this is very comfortable position for white because they already have 3 pawns. I mean, they are not anything down from the material point of view, and on the same time they have the huge attack.
Yeah, I had a feeling that this game could go very, very sharp. And of course exciting because it looks a bit slow and like equalish, but white's pieces were always very strong and active, directing towards the black's king. f4 is the move that Sarah can play and
Actually,
increase
that's
the
why
advantage.
Engine was suggesting that sacrificing of the pawn all the time. For black.
Any way to give up the pawn, but not in this way.
Yeah.
Well. This actually for chess players to win the game before the rest day is very important, to have this positive energy going into the into the second part of the tournament with a victory is always nice thing to have.
We have interesting moment in Tsolakidou, Stavroula Kashlinskaya, Alina's game, f3. This is a move that Tsolakidou played, and here Alina has to find the move as it is knight c4. And on bishop c3, rook b5 to get that pawn back. Otherwise, she could be pawn down. I mean, look at this. So, Stavroula played the tricky f3.
Okay.
Now that's knight c4, bishop c3, and rook b5. That's a move that the black can do. And because knight c6 does not work because of bishop c3, and black will be just pawn down. Rook a e8 also is not enough to equalize the game, because first it will be bishop c3. And on rook e7, they're just taking on e4, and the white is pawn up. So on f3, what else could we suggest? Maybe rook b5, rook takes e4, and f5. Maybe this is an option. Yes, this is an option.
So after rook to f5, f4, or rook to h4, there's g5, and you have struggle with the pawns. And if you get rook to d4, then knight c6 is a double attack.
Fork, yes. So a4 is a crazy move for white.
Wow, look at this position, actually having so many tactics.
Rook bb8, rook f4, g5. This is a line of engine. Rook takes f5, knight b3, rook takes g5. Yeah, engine always gives us the crazy moves. Rook f7, rook d1, sacrificing the piece like that. Rook d7, king f6, rook g d5, and the engine evaluates it as an equal.
Yeah, because there's rook to d6 next move, or g4, g5, and then rook d6.
Okay. So, but you know, from a very quiet game, it suddenly became a very tactical.
Meanwhile, we have the updates in the game of Lela Javakhishvili, and Sarah played move f4.
Yeah, she played
it
f4.
is on the board. This is move 24. Both players have half an hour. We can see Sarah also left the board after thinking so long and make decision like this. Of course, she wants to have some fresh air. Now the threat is f5, and you basically cannot really do anything about it. If queen to f7, then white will take the pawn on h6 with a check, and after king to g8, there is rook to e5, as we pointed out.
Yes. Okay, so Kosteniuk Alexandra did the move. She played rook f8.
Rook to f8, guarding the knight on f6.
Definitely it will be e5 from Nana.
And the time situation is so close. Look at this. Nana has converted half an hour at the beginning,
yes.
But now we have only 2-3 minutes difference. e5 is such a natural move here to play.
And
it should be e5 only,
giving
nothing else. And she's
advantage.
going for that.
Giving a huge advantage. Just how many pawns up? 2 pawns up white will be.
2
Yes.
pawns up. That's indeed enough. And also the pieces are quite active here.
Yeah, the only trouble that the white has that they couldn't do the short castle, and they have to castle on the long side. So for example, the line that we have from engine is king c8, bishop takes f6, king b7, queen e4 check, c6, and long castle.
Another very important detail is this exactly. Black has to take care of the king, and white can still castle.
Yes.
White has not lost the right to castle.
Okay, Kashlinskaya Alina is still thinking after f3. And we have the move Vaishali Muzychuk Mariya f4. Wow,
What?
f4 for Vaishali. F4 was the best move from engine.
Oof, look at
In
that.
this complicated position to play f4, it's not easy to do. And
Wow.
Mariya also capture on h3. This is the best move that engine suggesting.
Wow, look at this too.
you know
Like
what
giving
could-
us so much joy actually in this
Do you
game.
know what could happen there? That after g takes h3, the best move is c6. That's crazy. Everything is hanging. Everything is like, you know, that's something.
Yeah, because after c6 the bishop has to leave and then you're gonna have the problems on e4 pawn
Yes.
at some point. Mariya Muzychuk on the screen. I'm sure she was not happy to see a 4 move on the board. But this is actually something that we might have. c6, bishop a2, and c takes b5, a takes b5, a takes b5, and get the bishop back on d5.
Could be. The position is very complicated.
Somehow white's pieces are more dominating the board.
Maybe because of the king.
King
Yeah,
being
because
stuck in the middle. Rook has no connections as well.
yes, the white king is actually more safe than the black king.
Yeah.
Lela Javakhishvili is still thinking. After f4, the position is very tough for black.
Indeed, and it is +3 here for white,
Yeah.
so that's
Alexandra
pretty much.
Kosteniuk is. If you mention that when something goes wrong, then everything goes wrong. So she thought so much on rook f8, and now on e5 she has to think again.
Again, yeah. There is not much choices here. She has to run away with the king to the safety. We can see her leg like shaking so much. We can see a lot of nerves there. After king to c8, white can take with the bishop, can take also with a pawn, or that's going to be too much if that happens. The engine hates that move actually, because after king to e4,
Sorry, what? King?
sorry, king to
B7.
b7, there's queen e4 check,
But blocking with c6.
c6, and castle will be met by bishop takes the knight, pawn takes the knight, and rook a to e8. And this is something that black can actually play still on, because white's king is quite fragile here.
Yeah, this now the white king is not safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best move
So
since
that's why
the
bishop should
takes
take. Yeah,
f6.
bishop should take, not to open up the file, to have this beautiful chain that bishop is
But it's
in
still
a hat.
Alexandra's turn. I mean, she didn't do king c8 yet. So now Nana has more time than Alexandra.
Yeah, I agree with you. Whenever you have such a lucky 2 games in a row like Nana has, that's...
And with the strongest players, you know, one of the strongest players in the world.
Yeah, but on the other hand, she had such unlucky days, like first 2 rounds.
This is
She
what
could not
I
convert
mentioned,
it,
yes, yes.
Yeah. Quite tough competition for them. Also, another thing is that most of the players, they have skipped so many competitions, or it has been such a big gap for them from game to game, to tournament to tournament. Of course, you need to get back in shape.
This is very nice game. So what I mentioned, Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kashlinskaya Alina, it was so quiet, and suddenly in this end game, a lot of tactics appears.
It's so strange to me that the engine suggests as a second line bishop to g6, sacrificing an exchange, and after taking this, then knight to c6, hitting the bishop and the rook at the same time. And there is this move, rook a to e1, giving up the rook, but still there is an extra pawn, but opposite color bishop, And black should not worry too much in this position. I like bishop g6 move.
Yeah, that's nice.
Because you're
That's
avoiding
nice.
all these complications, yeah, after rook b5.
That's nice.
Do you think she's gonna play this move, Alina?
I don't think so.
You don't think
But
so?
okay, you know, you have the better intuition in that. Because last time yours was better.
Yeah. The woman intuition.
Okay, obviously that knight c4 for me is like most obvious move. It's not even the first line, but it seems to me most obvious, like more quiet, rook b, and more forcing. Rook takes e4 and knight takes b2 in this position. It's just an equal on this one. With rook b5 here. Here, knight c4. So white is forced to play bishop c3, otherwise if they take on e4, for example, if they take on e4 with the pawn, there will be just knight b2 and bishop c3 is not making any troubles because of rook b5. a4? What's going on a4?
Yeah, but I'm not so sure it's still
b3.
game on.
Rook b3.
I think she's gonna go for bishop g6. So we're gonna see this decision of Alina, as she is thinking here. There is nothing too harsh in this position for her to spend some time, and she just looked at the clock. 21 minutes to go, but position is quite peaceful, and this is the move 22. So okay, yeah, the position is just peaceful. That's the thing, what we have. She's taking more deep thoughts in this position. Yeah, at this point, almost all the games just pause. They are not making the moves, and we are very, very close to the time pressure. We have a move in the game of Vaishali and Muzychuk. In this game here, Mariya Muzychuk decided to play knight to f8, hitting the bishop on g3. So white has to take care of this bishop. Can play bishop to f2 or bishop to e1 in this position. That will be more than enough to play here. And wait, this might have actually further complication, Valerie. After bishop f2, you can make that on the board. There's this funny line with rook to g1. If you take with bishop g1, then bishop to h3, the rook is hanging, and queen comes on h4 next move, and somehow white's king is extremely exposed. So maybe instead of this, rook takes g1 with white, and then we have d3. The queen is under attack and the bishop on f2 is hanging. So this might be the scenario here. Queen d3, bishop f2, and rook, let's say, g8 or g7.
Yeah, that's actually interesting, quite interesting, and very, how to say it, very close to that complicated position that everything could happen, everything could be considered. So let's see.
Sarah just walked by the camera, but Lela hasn't played any move. It's not
Yeah,
easy
she played
to
right
make the
now.
move.
She played
Rook to
rook
d6.
d6.
She's giving up the piece back, so after f5, f5
I think the
is
only
possibility.
hope here is that Lela creating is king takes g7 here, and rook takes e6, rook takes e6, f takes e6, king f8, hoping to get back at least
Two extra
one pawn.
pawns. Two extra pawns
Two
is too
extra,
much.
yes, it's huge.
How about rook to e1, rook e5 in here?
You know, engine says that putting the knight on f4 is also very powerful and opening up the
Oof.
c file for
I
the
love
rook.
it. Knight f4
Just
supported by
controlling it,
g3
yeah.
pawn. Later on,
Just
e6 is
controlling
alive.
everything. d5 under the attack.
Yeah, okay, that's even
Yeah,
stronger.
90.
And you have also open c file for the rook.
Yes. let's see. So f5.
And also all these moves are now from this moment not so difficult for Sarah to find because it just comes with the flow.
By itself.
The hardest part, bishop g6, has been already done.
Oh.
f5 is on the board. Bishop takes f5.
So after okay, at least Lela got 1 pawn back. But the queens are still
on the
board.
board.
Yes.
Oy.
I mean,
I'm not sure about this. Queen g5 and rook e5. She goes queen to d7.
Queen f4 is just a natural and very strong move. Getting another pawn again.
On h6.
Because on king g7 there will be just knight a4, very unpleasant move. Oh, and then knight c5, knight e6.
Wow,
Yeah,
knight e6.
the position seems like losing. The position seems like losing after that blunder that Lela made connected to the g6 pawn. We have here the losing position for black. And that will be the first victory for Sarah Khadem that she gonna use for recovering. This is actually the best scenario that could happen for Sarah Khadem before
Going
the rest
to the
day.
rest day, yes. With a very nice... Actually, Sarah, she has been playing too much black pieces. She played with black pieces yesterday against Kosteniuk.
She has 3.
She had black pieces against Vaishali in the round 3. I think she had even more. Yeah, first round against Bibisara.
3 out of 4 she had.
Jeez,
Black.
that's too much.
Black pieces, yes.
And like maybe the color doesn't matter for some people, but to have this initiative to choose yourself.
Actually, from 9 rounds, Keti, it is always better to play 5 whites.
Yeah.
It's
always better.
It's
Always
just
better.
a fact.
Always better. Yeah, it's somehow
Oh.
that can also affect.
Yeah, this is actually what is happening currently on the board. What we are considering: queen f4, king g7, and knight a4. I'm sure there will be another moves like rook e3, for example,
nice.
or rook
Rook
e5,
h3, rook
even
g3.
rook e5. Huh?
Yeah.
Even rook e5. But knight a4 is very
It's very
powerful.
precise. Yeah, it's very precise.
Powerful. It's a little bit difficult move. Yeah. Anyway, we are putting the knight under the attack. And even b6 does not help here at all because knight c5 anyway, that's crazy. Crazy
no,
tactics.
you cannot take it because pawn takes c5 and the rook on b8 will hang and there's,
But I'm not sure that Sarah Khadem will see that move because it's quite difficult, believe me. Knight a4 and to see all those tactics there later.
Well, the thing is, the difficulty to find this move is that the king is exposed and you are playing on the other side of the board. But it's the strongest move. Yeah, it's definitely like much hard.
Actually. Knight a4 is brilliant.
It is a brilliant move. Very nice. I think she will find it.
Let's see. Okay, but another story is that even without knight a4, the position is very tough for black. Let's go to... Oh, here we have some interesting things. Wow. Queen e6 that Alexandra Kosteniuk played. She wants to keep that extra piece.
So if you take bishop f6, maybe we can show that. Alexandra's idea is that after taking on f6, rook can take, and there is the pin on the file, knight is hanging, and you have enough time. But
and what happened?
Knight move. There was a knight move for sure. Yeah. Only knight can move that weirdly.
That's correct. Nothing else is there. Another knight is pinned. Bishop could not go back on e-file. And knight e3. After knight e3, the advantage is +3 for white. Because now even f4, f5 is coming with tempo later. And the knight on e3 is perfectly guarding the light squares.
Alexandra, after such a beautiful game yesterday against Sarah, she joined the leaders with 2.5 points. Gonna strike it back.
And Sarah Khadem played rook e5, as actually now my intuition worked better. She played rook e5. So she just wants to be solid. But you know what? When you have a chance of knight a4, you
go for
have
it.
to do that. Because now it will be a long game with a lot of headaches later. I'm saying that in advance, and you can see it later. Because one more error here, and the job will be harder and harder.
Yeah, the
to do.
thing is just the whole thinking process, right? You want to bring all the pieces against the king, because king is exposed.
Yes, because you are
If
on
you
that
have
mode
this,
for
yeah.
a long time already in this game.
Exactly.
Rook f5 seems the best move here to double, triple up on the f file.
So after rook to f8, which black just played here in this position, white can go with rook to f1 to pin the knight.
Actually, I like rook f5 more. Rook f1
f5,
also
yeah.
the move. Of course, it is also the
I like
move.
rook f5 more
Rook
too.
f5 because
just to
here
have rook
they-
in front
yes,
of the queen.
they have knight h7. Black has knight h7.
She's
here.
going for that.
And she did rook f5. Yeah.
And you know what? If you don't move your knight away, then after rook
It
to
will be crazy
f1,
pin forever.
it's going to be pin forever. Knight d5 is a threat. g4, g5 is a
Yeah.
threat.
Okay, let's go to the next game. And here you are and your intuition.
Very well. I like this move. It's fancy.
But you know, it will be a very long and a little bit annoying game for Alina, because this opposite color bishop is a little bit different. And why? Because the rook is very passive, the black rook, and they have to take care about that as soon as possible.
Yeah, rook to c8 right now.
On rook c8, so bishop c3, most obvious move.
You can go with bishop to b1 right now.
C3.
And something like h6.
Or f6 even, no?
Yeah.
To open up the way
Yeah,
for the
to
king
close
to
the
go
bishop. But
there
like
and
h6
to
is the
block.
safest.
Rook a5 and stay rook c6. Yes.
Maybe bishop d3 even.
But still, you know, it will be a long game. Why am I saying that? Because white is not risking anything. It will not be the immediate draw until the rooks are on the board. And it could be another 100 move games today.
No, thank you. Not today, not anymore. Vaishali played bishop to h2 in her position.
It seems like a best, no? Bishop h2 and bishop e6. This is a position.
Can white go here at f5?
f5, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, and finally long castle. Oh, what a crazy position, huh? What a unusual, I mean, everything is unusual on the board. Oh, and the time trouble comes also, minus plus time trouble. Wait
she
a
took the
second.
pawn on
B takes
a6. Okay, that makes sense actually. She wants rook to capture it back, so black will not have, black will lose the right to castle.
Yes.
I like this move very much.
Rook takes a6 is the only move for Mariya. And super complications still on the board.
The position can escalate here if white goes with f5 to transfer to the same line. Black takes the pawn on c3. And if you take it with the queen, then black has queen to g5.
Game over.
Checkmate.
Game over.
After queen
F3 is the
f3,
only
queen
move,
d2.
bishop- No?
Okay, yeah.
First
Yeah,
take
first take
here.
there and queen d2 later.
Ah, they have bishop f4, but oh my god! Oh my godness! Oh my godness!
That's beautiful.
And in case of e takes f5, bishop takes f3. And of course, with such a lot of extra pawns and without queens on the board, black is just winning.
So after taking on a6, f5 is not the move, obviously, and you can just play rook a to e1, prepare f5.
Mariya is still thinking. Oops. And rook g1, this is what engine suggests here.
Rook G1 and
Nice.
perhaps D3.
Yes, in case of taking on G1, even taking on C3 makes sense. Wow, that's crazy game. That's crazy game. This is a game that everything could happen.
Yeah, that's true. Vaishali on the screen.
Such a heavy game for
Newest
Alexandra.
grandmaster, female grandmaster, and another grandmaster out of few on the camera. She has fine tournaments. She started quite heavily with a blunder in the first round, then
the huge
not winning
blunder.
but making the draw against Kosteniuk. But after that, she had a really nice game against Sarah Khadem, and also today she is in a good shape.
And look at this, how heavy the game became after the blunder for Alexandra Kosteniuk. On each move, she is thinking more than 15 minutes, almost on each move. And there is no way out. There is nothing good happening for black here. There is no moves which giving the hope to them.
20 more moves to go. I think we're gonna have here time pressure in this game.
Lela Javakhishvili played rook e6 after rook f5, and the most
That
obvious...
allows rook f1 actually, and the
Yes,
knight is
most
pinned forever.
obvious move is rook f1.
Oh wow.
Yes, such a
Knight
pity
d5 is a
blunder.
threat right
Knight
now.
d5, and even without knight d5, I mean, you can even play h3 here. The best that the black, engine suggesting for black in this position is back rook d6. Just imagine how tough is the position. We see quite a lot of blunders in this tournament, right? A
It
lot of
started
blunders.
for this round actually. Earlier it was like, I think yesterday and today, as the tournament already gets in the middle, we have more blunders.
Queen g3.
Queen g3 check. Also quite nice move, not changing too much. She can do it
She
through.
just want to capture on d5 simply. I mean, yeah, now I got it.
Simple chess.
Yeah. And here is a very nice line after rook c6, rook takes c6, queen takes f5, knight takes f6, rook takes f6, and we're gonna have another queen's endgame today. But this is absolutely different here. It's just.
I don't think white go into this queen
No?
game.
But even this is like, putting the queen on e5, then just once playing h3, and the king is safe forever, and then just.
Yeah, it
push
is
and
winning,
put-
but white has
Not
such a winning position already.
unnecessary.
White to trade
You
all
mean
these
that.
pieces. Yeah.
So after rook c6, instead of rook takes c6, maybe rook f1. That makes sense. King h8 was in the game. Maybe it is changing something. Let's take a look. King h8. So why not knight takes d5 now? Oh, rook g8 appears. Here rook g8 appears. And on queen f3, knight e4. Okay, obviously, of course, the position is
Still winning, but
still winning,
unnecessary
but
complications.
yes, we are looking for the complications that black could create. So on king h8, the best move is queen f3. Queen f3 will not be done.
I like also queen h4 in this position to hit the pawn, but the engine is
Queen
not
G7.
favoring this move.
Queen g7, and the black minus plus coordinate the pieces.
And after rook f1, there is rook g8 now attacking on g2.
And on g3, now the knight is also free, and now it will be another story.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another story. Unnecessary story for white. So Sarah Khadem has to be careful, because catching that advantage that you have is very important thing, because when you have less and less, it affects on you psychologically also. Queen f3, I mean, still queen f3 and keep that pin is the best. On the same time, queen is supporting the g2 pawn, and after
attacking on d5
after
too.
queen g7, rook f1, and now rook g8 does not make any sense because taking on f6, take on f6, and take on f6, there is a pin, and that's why checkmate is not happening on g2.
26 minutes.
Sarah missed something, that's a fact. Something she missed in her calculations. As she played that queen g3 immediately, and now she's
no follow-up.
Yeah, because here so obvious move was to play rook f1. So obvious. Now she realized that the g file could be a little bit dangerous for her. Oh, what is Alexandra doing? I mean,
made the move.
She did bishop e7. So after taking on f6, take on f6 and h4. Okay, she got one pawn back.
Can we take the bishop on f6 after queen f6? There is b4 move, another piece.
So rook takes f6 and b4, knight c4. What's going on?
No, if queen takes.
But anyway, if we do that, I mean,
the queen is on f6 and there is no knight e3, so you can take another piece.
So even here, I think it works for white.
Yeah,
that
possible.
on knight c4, knight d5 is very strong move. Oh, and we're gaining the material again.
Yeah. Rook is hanging, bishop is hanging, knight is hanging, everything is hanging.
Oh, each move is more and more tough for Alexandra after that blunder. Such a huge blunder.
Yeah, that was the issue of the king in the center. So in the end of the day, Nana's decision to go for checks and grab the pawn paid paid off.
Now Stavroula is thinking much after knight c6. Mariya is still thinking. What is she considering here more than taking on a6?
c6. I know. Bishop b d5 and then take on a6 with the pawn. But then
Bishop
rook e8 is
rook e1 is a
rook
pin.
e1. In this game, we're gonna have also a heavy time pressure. Valerie, what do you think? Muzychuk versus Vaishali?
For sure.
What a crazy game too.
For sure.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break right now, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have actually more complicated positions and no time on the clock, which is really fun for the viewers to see, not for the players, obviously, but we are here to see some exciting chess. Don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss some exciting situations at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi. This is FIDE Women Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti, this is Valerie, and we do have 4 games in progress in the round 5. All the 4 games are quite promising.
Let's start. On the first board we have this position. Let's take a look what happened after bishop e7. Here Nana captured with a pawn. Bishop takes, rook takes, b4, knight c4, rook takes a6. Instead of rook takes a6, knight d5 seems like also good, as we're attacking the f6 rook, on the same time protecting the e3 knight. And in case of c3, for example, there will be knight f6, knight takes e3, f takes e3, and after queen takes e3, there is just king d1, and there is no danger to the white king at all, as after queen takes d4, there will be queen d2, and bishop d3 does not work because of simple rook a3.
Okay, and white will have an extra rook in this position.
Yes.
Absolutely winning for white.
Instead of that, after b4, knight c4, in the game was rook takes a6, take on e3, take, knight e2, and king c8. This is a position. White is just piece up. Now they have to mobile their pieces, support the knight on e2 very well. To guarantee the victory in this game, queen c4 is a move. No, queen c3.
Queen c3 offering the queen trade. There's queen f2 move. Black can play that. King d2 or king d1. I like king d2 more because it opens the road for the rook. Yeah, tough position for Alexandra. With the rook c1
But
thread.
the Alexandra can take both of the pawns now.
How about rook c1 here?
After rook c1, queen takes h2.
Guarding also the
c7, and at least now Alexandra has 2 pawns.
2 pawns for a piece, that's something. Yeah, that's actually a fair point.
That
you
will be the
don't want to
chance
give
for,
too much, yeah.
For Alexandra, that will be the chance. So after queen c3, yes, queen c3 happened, queen f2 check. So what's the point of king d1? That's actually will be the same. Queen takes g2, rook g1, queen takes h2. Yeah, there is no big difference. King d2 or king d1, and queen d3 here can be the move, or rook a3. But still, this will not be easily winning.
Rook a3 with queen h3 idea to trade
yes.
the queens. Without queens on the board, white king has no worries, and it's enough material to convert the position. So,
okay.
But Nana still has to be very precise in
Yes.
here. Now Alexandra is fully focused. She will try her best to save the game.
Yes, that's true. Next board we have Tsolakidou, Stavroula against Kashlinskaya, Alina, and let's see what happened that they got to this position.
Look at this situation.
Knight c6, rook c5, knight takes b4, rook c1, threatening the checkmate on c8. King f8 was in the game. Rook c8, take, king e7, a3, knight d5, king f2. The position still seems equal. b3, g5, and this is a position. Well, it's very close to draw, actually.
It's very close to draw, but here with the rook against 2 pieces, we know that 2 pieces are actually much better than rook, and in the other positions, Stavroula could just have extra pawn in the opposite color bishop, and you have like
I think that will be with more chances, because here chances to win with white. It's.
I'm surprised with this decision of Stavroula.
Okay, and here Sarah Khadem made the correct decision. That was not actually easy. After king h8, she went to f3.
Queen f3, yes.
Queen f3.
And next move is rook to f1. This is known as Aliohin Gun, with the rook, queen, and rook.
And rook d6.
Very powerful setup.
Yes. Rook d6, what Lela played, and now knight takes d5 is possible.
All right. If you take with the rook, knight, rook f6,
If black takes like that, then rook f6, so the king is in a huge trouble.
No.
And if you take on f5, then just queen takes f5, and rook takes d5 is the best move, and just queen f3. Of course, technically, it is simply winning.
Queen f3 is very important because now you can take on d4 peacefully because you are losing the pawn on
B7,
b7.
yes.
Yeah, with a check, and the pawn on a6 will hang. And
Vaishali.
rook and knight is not enough for queen. We
It's
know
not
that.
enough.
So
It's not enough.
and white has also extra pawn on the king side and in the center. So this is pretty much comfortable situation for Sarah.
Let's go to the game Vaishali against Muzychuk Mariya. We have this position where Vaishali has decisive advantage, +4. Wow.
What just happened? The last move we saw there was b takes a6. Maybe we have to go back in there and check it out what
C6,
happened.
this is what Mariya played, and
Yeah.
after a takes b7, she got in troubles. Take on e6, he takes d4, bishop takes, okay, b1, queen g7, knight
g5.
f3,
Coming.
bishop c5, knight g5, e5. Okay.
Wow, what a
this is-
crazy game. What a crazy game indeed here. But Vaishali in risk-free position.
Queen a2, oh my god, what a powerful move. Oh.
It's not on the board, but Vaishali
It's
can find
not on
this.
the board, but she can do queen a2.
Queen e6 ideas out there. Wow.
Yeah.
f5, f6,
Wait,
f7
it's
is
just
on
winning,
the way.
you know? It's just winning.
I have a question. Why not f5, f6, f7 right away? Queen knight h4, yeah. And you cannot do f6 because
Yes.
knight f.
Yeah, queen a2 is just winning. It's winning the material, yes, because the forced move for black is to do the long castle. Otherwise, after queen e6 check or and after long castle, there is just a fork, knight g5, now knight e6. And queen f7 does not make any big sense because of f takes e5, and the black is in the huge trouble. Wow. Very well done for Vaishali. So she's winning the second game in a row, or I'm wrong?
Vaishali has won third round against Sarah Khadem.
Yesterday she
And
drew.
yesterday she drew against Javakhishvili.
Okay, Sarah Khadem did not capture
They had
on
this
d5. That's
funny
surprising.
end game. Remember yesterday when Javakhishvili could play f3 and start to annoy the black's king.
Yes. So Sarah Khadem played queen g3. She didn't took on d5. It's a very strange decision, you know. Why not to take on d5? I mean, what else? What more if not taking on d5? She played queen g3 check, king h7, and now it seems again that queen f3 is the best move.
It's not a free-fault repetition.
Taking on d5 now.
White has to be a bit careful not to repeat the position. That's going to be such a nightmare.
Yeah, this also makes sense to take on d5 right now. As knight e4 is not giving any goods. Queen e5. Rook takes f5 and rook takes f5. Also winning. Let's see if she will take on d5 now.
This is the moment. She has enough time. It's not that she has a time pressure or anything.
Yeah, they have 7 moves to do in how much? Almost 14 minutes for Sarah Khadem and for Lela 6.5.
Right. That's the moment she has to do it. She has to do it right now to take on d5. What else she can play here? Maybe queen e5.
Or
to
queen
hit
f3 back. Or queen f3 back. Queen e5 is also okay.
It's probably difficult to find any bad move here with white.
Yeah, I think that was the best here, to take on d5. Yeah, because black is kind of forced to take like this, and rook f6, and okay, what to say?
Okay, maybe
Completely
she was calculating rook takes f6, queen takes f6, and king to g8, and she doesn't want to give any counterplay in that position.
Yes, but h6 pawn with tempo, and rook f8.
Rook f8 checkmate, yeah.
And if black plays king h7, then queen f7 also possible, or even more dangerous and powerful. Queen, rook f7 unstoppable.
F7 is coming.
Yeah,
all the
it
way.
was just winning. Knight takes d5 was just winning the game. A very strange decision, and also she does not look confident, compared to the position that is on the board.
Yeah. I would be so happy at this point.
You see, she's just having some issues with making the decision.
No, it's her. It's just her.
She's like that?
Yes.
She's like that.
Queen
You
d3.
see, now she's jumping left and right.
Queen d3 with the idea rook f6.
Okay, king g7 back.
Yeah, but there's no rush to take on d5 in sense that black cannot change anything dramatically.
that's
You can
true,
play
that's
h3,
true.
you can play king h1, come back and then take.
That's true.
That's the thing.
But you know what?
It's so dominating.
The
position
engine
for white.
says the best option here again to go on g3 and then queen f3.
So this is the winning pattern,
Yes,
basically,
this
to
is just
take
the
on
winning,
d5.
yeah.
I would myself play h3 somewhere here, just to make sure that there is a escape
Maybe
square
even
on
here.
h2.
Why not?
Maybe even here, yeah, why not?
And do you know what? The black could not do anything at all.
Exactly, like rook e6, rook d6. Five minutes for Lela. Tough game. She is going king to g7. Not much option out there. And let's see. I have a feeling Sarah will play her next move fast.
Okay, for that moment, Kosteniuk, Alexandra, and Dzagnidze Nana made some moves. Queen takes g2. Oh, and here is very interesting move for white.
What is it? Queen g...
I can't go to that game.
Rook a1? Rook a,
My
a1?
computer got stuck. I can't push anything.
Protest.
Protest.
There's a protest. Well, anyways, can give us some time to our friends to navigate. And meanwhile, we have all the women participants on the screen. Stavroula just made the move, and Alina responded right away. Stavroula doing a really good job.
Yeah, my mouse just stopped working.
Quite surprising decision.
For my mouse. It just stopped working. Come on.
Actually, let's go to the video of Vaishali and Muzychuk. Here we have, this is, wait, is Mariya having some minutes on the clock? Yeah, that's right, less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay, I will never forget that.
Nana having 5 minutes. And we can wait a bit to let computer to just relax. Cannot stand so much drama. that we have today. You know, Valerie, what I'm thinking? If Nana gives too many pawns, it might have the same scenario as yesterday.
Yes, it can be.
Yeah, like in her game against Mariya Muzychuk. So we're waiting our computer to update. Alina deep in her thoughts, as well as Stavroula. This is not the position what we have. We have a frozen board at the moment, so bear with us, guys. Well, I don't know. I really wonder why Stavroula made this decision, why she made her task more difficult. Look at these pieces, Valerie. Knight on e3,
Yeah.
bishop on d3. Wow.
But actually king g5 is hanging to eat the f4 pawn, so maybe black has to capture on g3 with the pawn.
And
Here we have queen
Lela
g3 check
versus
again, and wait.
Knight is on e2. There's
And
knight on
king
e2.
is on f7.
What?
What a strange decision for Sarah Khadem. I mean, taking on d5 was so obvious there.
Okay, she decided to rotate the pieces, bring the knight on e2. She wants to bring the knight on the king side, something like knight f4, knight h5. At the moment, we can see Alina.
So the last move here was g4, as I understand, and the black could capture with the pawn, right?
The en-passant. Oh no, it's impossible to take this pawn. And we're already switching to Nana and Alexandra. Nana down to 4 minutes and Alexandra down to 3 minutes. This game has a good potential to go crazy even further, because we have seen a lot of things happening. Nana just making some natural moves, but not the best engine moves. And then Alexandra having completely winning position, a little bit inaccuracy, and she found a really difficult time in the middle game. Now still this is game on. This is still game on. White has +2 at this point, but still there is a necessity of converting the position. Back to this game of Alina and Stavroula. And Alina goes for bishop to e2 to hit
Bishop
the
e2 seems like the
pawn on
best move.
f3.
Alina has the chances to win this game. Instead of having for Stavroula extra pawn in the opposite color bishop positions with the rooks on the board also. Yeah, that was a little bit strange decision from Stavroula. Maybe she misevaluated the position after all of this, that rook and the pawn could not be better than the two pieces.
How about rook c7 here and rook to h7 to grab that pawn?
c7, king e6, and the f pawn will be very dangerous here. F pawn is
H6
very dangerous.
and rook a6.
F pawn is quite dangerous.
Especially when black can cover the file with bishop f5 and then just push it further.
It's very dangerous position for white. Okay, this is a moment and Stavroula is thinking. Engine says rook c7, king e6 and b4. And on bishop takes f3, there is a4, just to create the counterplay as fast as possible.
Yeah. Wow, tough. Nana made the move, let's go there. She played rook a1, and now rook to h1, queen is hanging. Alexandra has to withdraw this queen back on d6 perhaps, or keep the queen on g2 as well. That's possibility.
Queen g2 is already on the board.
Queen
She
G2 is
already
already on the
played.
board. Nana to move.
Rook takes
And
H7 makes sense. Definitely it makes sense.
makes sense, obviously.
So actually that's why Nana played Rook A, A1 and
Yeah,
Rook H1.
to support the other rook on the first rank. And then
So
the
taking
pawn on
on
C7
H7.
is hanging. Nana about to make her move. There we go, she takes it.
And it is very interesting for me why the Queen G5 is the only move and Queen E3 trading the queens. The engine says it is the only move for only way for black. So Rook
Queen
C6 was in the game. Definitely Alexandra will not trade the queens here.
Queen D3, Queen
D3.
A6, and Rook H8 is a checkmate threat.
Queen D3
Watch
is
out,
a
Alexandra.
powerful.
Queen G5.
And King D1, and there is no checks. But still, the game is still on. A6 can be done here.
The game is indeed on. I suggest you go to the game of Vaishali and Muzychuk Mariya. It is getting really crazy, especially when Vaishali has seconds on the clock, less than a minute. We have to stick around in this position.
Oh, she did not play Queen A2 when we were saying. She did not do Queen A2.
This is the current position. Rook to B4 has been played by Vaishali. She wants to play Rook G to B1 and then threaten Rook B7 to win the queen. And she made her last move on 17 seconds.
But she looks very confident.
Yes. She's not showing too much of the nerves. Queen H4, Mariya takes the pawn on H4. Rook to B1 or Queen to B1 even can be possible here to keep the rook on G file. The thing is that if you take the knight on G6, then King E6 is the move. So White wants to keep the knight on E6. It is an octopus knight controlling too many
Queen
squares.
B1 is very strong.
Vaishali made the move,
Rook
and
B1.
this is Rook to B1.
The advantage getting less and less for White.
97. The knight is no
Somehow
longer
Mariya
hanging.
started to do the correct moves on each time and doing it quickly. It's not easy position for Vaishali with this time on the clock.
How about Rook D1, Queen D3 ideas to hit the on
So
the
maybe
pawn on
let's start
D6.
with Queen D3 then, as the last move was Rook B1, and now it's kind of, you know, difficult to immediately move it away from B1 where she just did that move.
Oh God, the second 15 seconds for Vaishali, you guys. Our clock on the
10,
digital board is
9,
a bit behind.
8,
7,
6,
6.
and Rook B7. Oh my God.
Exchange sacrifice.
Oh. Ouch. Ouch.
The engine bar continues to drop down.
Completely losing for White. Why did she do that?
Queen, Rook to B7, Knight B7, Rook B7, King goes on E8, and what is her calculation there? What is her judge?
I have no idea.
Mariya
No,
bit
Queen
surprised.
E1 checkmate is hanging.
Mariya is so surprised. She's capturing the knight, Rook takes.
What?
Wow. Ah, okay, knight is... Oh, Queen E1 is a checkmate.
Queen E1 is a
That's what she
checkmate.
missed. Oh, Vaishali.
Oh my gosh. Oh, such a huge blunder she's doing already in this tournament twice, second time.
No, okay, Rook B1 is still game on. Rook
I
B1,
mean, Queen H3 is... ouch. Queen H3 is coming there with the Queen G2 and Queen F3 Queen F3 checkmate hanging.
oh wow.
Oh, we're just losing.
Queen F2,
Queen F2, Rook takes A4 even, no? Our engine says even queen g4 here, another checkmate threat.
20 seconds. This can be heartbreaking for Vaishali. Such a nice play. She played so well. If she had a little bit more time on the clock, she would not blunder this queen e1 checkmate. Oh, she's getting back the rook. On the move 5 seconds, and they still have to make 2 more moves. And by the time they get the increment, she's just having a lost position. That's the worst nightmare for all chess players. Yeah, this must be heartbreaking for her. Such a nice dominative game. Beautifully done.
King
King
f7.
g6? King f7.
Still, it's just. Oh my God, that's a nightmare. Actually, it's a nightmare. Such a good game, such a huge advantage, and suddenly the position is absolutely losing. The problem is that on queen c4, d5 just ends up the game. f6 is the last chance to create some.
She goes rook to f1, I believe. Supporting f6 now. Maybe king f6, just to block that.
Possible. But knight f4 is you know.
It's changing situation.
No, yeah, it's completely winning for black. They can do any move here. Okay, let's move to another board where Stavroula is actually creating the troubles for herself more and more. It will be very difficult here for white to survive.
Valerie, we have to stick around either Vaishali or Dzagnidze's game, because those two are very, very tense.
Oh, what the nice things are happening here. So after queen g5, it was king d1, a5, b5. Rook d6, rook c1, and rook c6. Amazing. Rook c6 is just amazing.
The idea is that if you take this rook and then the pawn, should be a checkmate there. King c6 and queen
f3.
Queen f3. King b5 and
rook h5,
h5, winning the queen. Wow, powerful move.
Alexandra played queen d5. That seems like okay. So rook takes d6, queen takes d6, queen e4 check, king b8, and just king c2 and knight on c3. That's, you know, like guarding the king from every side. But time trouble. Oh my God, we have the wild games, wild time pressure.
Khadem against Javakhishvili. The game is over. Is it over? Yeah, the game is over, and we can see king on e4, king to d5. This is actually the first win for Sarah Khadem. So much needed victory before the
rest day.
Yeah.
Okay, so for today we have one decisive result and another was draw. Muzychuk against Assaubayeva Bibisara. On the first board, Nana Dzagnidze, Kosteniuk, Alexandra. Nana is thinking after queen d5 that Alexandra played. Okay, until she is thinking, let's go to Maria's game. Mariya is also thinking. Nana Dzagnidze made the move, and it's not definitely that direction that we are saying. She played knight f4. By the way, here, I think the best move to solve all problems was just queen c4. just trade the queens.
Trade the queen. It's
Just
kind of
trade the
forcing
queens.
waits.
Just trade the queens. Just trade the queens and later slowly just win the game. Instead of
What's happening?
What?
Queen d4, queen
Rook
d4.
d6. Queen takes f4.
No, queen a1 check.
Oh, she did not even take on f4. Then just king e2.
That's
and,
extra rook and extra
extra knight.
Yeah. Oof.
Just winning for Nana. The engine says there is a checkmate in 17 moves. That's crazy. Does king c2 works? Oh, king c2 is a huge mistake. So king e2 has to be done. As on king c2, there is queen a4 check and queen f4. Actually, in this position, Alexandra has to take on f4, but there was queen d5 check, king a7, and rook c6 immediately was the trouble. Yes, I see. And king e2. Okay, Nana will not miss that chance. King e2. It's absolutely winning. And on queen e5 check, king just goes on f3, and there is no more checks, and there is a rook and the knight. I think that the game will be over here.
Yeah, the
soon.
game will resume here with extra rook and the knight, king safe, no checks. Yeah, this seems the last chance for Alexandra to give the check. Nana feels very confident.
I think
in this
she will
position.
resign now. She will even resign.
Yeah, we might have the games ending back to back just right now. Sarah won her game. Nana is about to get the victory. Mariya also has quite winning position.
Yes, absolutely winning after rook a b8. Rook a b8, rook b4, just gaining the e4 pawn also. Okay, where we have the complications, this is a game Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kashlinskaya Alina, where Kashlinskaya Alina is trying to win this game. And she has excellent chances.
Exactly, we might have the bishop versus knight end game.
Yes.
Some
but
beautiful technique situation.
I believe Alina will take care about that. Yeah, the engine evaluates it's +2 for black. And Mariya played rook b8. She's using her chances. The time control is over. I mean, they already did 14 moves, so now they are free.
She got the time on the clock. And we might expect the resignation.
Kosteniuk Alexandra does not have any more checks here on the board. So I think that maybe she already resigned. I like to see their board, Nana Dzagnidze and Kosteniuk Alexandra. And what did she do? What was the last move she did on king f3? What did she play? a4? Oh, come on, that pawn will not go far away. After queen, oh, there is a checkmate. Wait a sec, is that the correct position? Because queen e4, king a7, queen a4 check. King b7, queen a6. Oh my god, what a nice thing. This, and rook b6. But what's going on king b8 here? Rook b6 immediately. Oh, yeah.
Nana goes with rook d7.
What? Missing the checkmate?
Maybe this is not the current position.
But it is.
It is the current position.
It is. It is. But still,
yeah.
still there is a
So
checkmate.
winning queen d5, queen e4 now.
But still winning. Now, engine says there is a checkmate in 14. If the black will play queen b3.
Alexandra goes with queen c1.
Knight e6 is.
The game will actually already reach to 40 moves.
Knight e6 is just.
It's a 40 move or 40?
It's 42 already.
42. So you guys can see this time on the clock seconds because this is a type of clock that has to flag and then the players will guess the time. So we can already safely assume that they have reached 40 moves and we know that precision is huge at winning for Nana. So that means that we are going to take now technical break and we're going to take Sarah Khadem in the studio for the interview and we're going to go through her game and we're going to ask some interesting questions. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly. Sarah Khadem in our studio after a beautiful win against Javakhishvili. Sarah, what a game. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, especially after being half out of 4. It was a tough game, but I'm happy it went smoothly.
Yeah, how do you feel about this situation that you had such a nice games, but then some blunder happened or some inaccuracy, and every day is a tough day here, definitely. What was your mood before the round?
Yeah, it's a tournament that it can, if it goes wrong, it can go like very wrong because everybody is good and they are all very well prepared. And for me, it was after 6 months that I just got back to chess. So I was struggling a little bit and I had 3 blacks out of the 4 games. So it was, even the preparation wise, I was not into my comfort zone. So yeah, it was a bit difficult, but I thought like today I will just play and go with the flow, you know, so I'm glad it went in a good way.
And how important it is for a chess player to go in the rest day with a victory and with this positive energy and mind, and then to start another part of the tournament.
Of course, it changes a lot of things because during the rest day, I mean, if I had lost this game as well, then I don't know how I wanted to survive one free day. But I think now I have more energy to continue the tournament, so I hope I can make a turnaround.
Amazing, amazing. We're so happy for you with this victory and to see you happy now in the tournament. Sarah, can we see the game? We can pull up the board on the screen and maybe we can go through because it was such a beautiful sacrifice.
Yeah, so this was my usual opening, but I didn't prepare it for today because usually she plays Nimzov. And here she had, I think, some games with c6, and I didn't really remember how precisely I could go after h6, but I just wanted to get out of the opening, so I just decided to play practically.
Did this situation that you had half a point affected your decision today, or your preparation, like the openings, or not very much?
No, not really, because today also it didn't go to my preparation. As I said, I didn't see this line, but I wanted to play a safe opening. I just wanted to see if I can get any practical chances and be safe in the game because, because of the result. But maybe if I had won my other games, I would have chose the opening differently.
Yeah. That was also our thoughts during the day.
But I think it was the same for her too, because she saw that I was playing badly in the tournament. I was thinking during the game she was choosing the moves maybe in a way to that she was underestimating me maybe a little bit, because it's normal when somebody's playing really bad in the tournament, you want to beat her.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here, after she took and played this move, I was already happy with my position because I get to attack. I'm planning to play queen d3, bishop e5, rook e1, sometimes f4. So already I was happy with the position. And it's some sort of a risk-free position, I think, for white. So and here I was thinking after rook e1, I was calculating different moves, maybe even f4 or some stuff like that, but I think f4 was also interesting. F4, can I go with the?
Yes.
Yeah, f4, bishop f5 I was thinking, and then queen, just move the queen and then I can push f5. But then I thought even this way I have some sort of advantage, but this was for sure a bad move because it was a blunder. After taking and queen.
Yeah. Did you already notice when she played this knight g4 that it was a blunder?
Yeah, because I saw before, I was looking at the ideas and I think she shouldn't, obviously she had to take on e5. That was how the game would go, and I was planning on taking with the d pawn and then play some, rook d1, knight e2, and knight d4. And I was already happy with my position, but after she played knight g4, it was already much worse because now, if any move, for example, if queen d6, I thought I can play f3. And because if I go h3, then after taking, I would have my f pawn here, so f3 was a better move. Instead of, if queen d6, f3, and after taking, I will take, and if the knight comes back, then I have bishop g6, so I win a pawn and my bishop is much better, so this was clearly better for white. And here also, of course I saw this move, but I was not sure to go for it or not. It was clear that it was winning, but maybe I wasn't confident enough because of the past results, but I saw some even bishop f5 move here, to destroy the pawn structure, but then I thought okay, let's go for it because it was...
Yeah, because you took so much time here, and we were thinking that this should go into play bishop g6, or she will... There was also rook e5 move, something like that to keep the pressure on, but bishop g6 is beautiful. What was your evaluation after sacrificing the piece here?
I knew that I was much better because somehow, king h8, of course, I take it with the check and I'm much better. But after king f8, I saw f4. And here, black's pieces are stuck in here. The knight can't move, e6 is hanging. If for example, queen f7, I will take here, king g8, and I thought rook e5. I mean, that was like the only line probably that I had to see, because this was a way to escape, but
Yeah, that
it's
was the
not
best
possible, yeah.
line by the engine as well. So.
And any other move here, I just get to play f5 and I win the piece back. So I don't know why I took too much time to play it, because it clearly showed. I mean, I saw the f4 move from the beginning when I wanted to take, so I just wanted to see all the possible ways. But I think after this it's clear. And here, okay, I mean, after, I think even here, maybe, no, here, I was not sure. I mean, after taking on d5, like all the moves, I was not sure if the queen takes and, you know, some sort of, I thought maybe it can be a fortress, but of course,
Yeah.
I think it's not practical. But okay, rook f1 here was, I think, maybe better, because then I'm taking, but I got to play it. I mean, I got to the same position afterwards. And here, like, for example, I was thinking if I take, then queen f5, queen takes, and rook d5. Okay, this is like queen and 2 pawns, but I didn't want to go to this position.
You don't wanted to risk anything to share the point, right?
Yeah, no, I think here, even if I keep the position, black's pieces are stuck, so I just thought I can use it in a better way. But I don't know, here, like, I want to bring my knight. I thought this can be difficult to defend in the time trouble. And after that, I think it was no chance, probably, because I just win the piece.
Yeah, such a beautifully done.
Thank
Starting
you.
from the beginning, not too much of complication. And this is the win you needed so much, right?
Yeah.
So much needed win. And Sarah, you are very often traveling with your family, with your husband, who supports you very much, and with your child, who is very young. What about this tournament? What kind of support you are getting from family?
No, I talk to them every day, of course, but I have decided that in some tournaments I will go with the whole family. In some tournaments I go alone, depends on the place, the flight duration. You know, there are many things you have to have in mind when you want to travel with a kid. And yeah, I talk to them every day, and fortunately he's doing well as well. So I try to mix private life and just life.
Amazing. And you said earlier that you had this long time of not playing. If you can share us the reason why that happened, and also what is the next tournaments you're going to play?
Yeah, it was after I played the World Rapid and Bliss. Basically, I didn't play in any important events. I mean, I played some, like in the Spanish league, but in Andalusian league, actually, I played. Some games, but the thing was I wanted to spend more time with my family. And I didn't really get invited to any important tournament. There was one Cairns Cup that I wanted to play, but then I had some issues with the visa, so I had to skip that. And after that, I just didn't play. But from now on, I will be playing a lot.
It is very important to have this practice, right? Not to just wait at home for the next tournament, which is like half a year.
Yeah, of course, it's very important to be in shape, to keep your shape. You have to play, and for me, every time I play a tournament, I improve, because you force yourself to work before, during the tournament, and when you play, you learn lots of things. So for me, it's usually when I play, I feel much better. But now, until the next 6 months, I will be just playing nonstop.
Amazing, amazing. What about your feeling of joining the Spanish team, leading the Spanish team now at the Olympiad? How's the mood for that event?
It will be my first time playing with Spain in the team competitions, and I wouldn't say I'm like fully happy with this, because I mean, I'm from Iran, I was playing for Iran. But now, since I moved to Spain, I have been like very welcome there. So if I'm representing another country, I'm really proud that it's Spain. And I think in general, I try to I try to play well in the tournament. As the first sport, I think I have lots of responsibility.
Yes, amazing. So best of the luck.
Thank you.
First in this tournament, second part of the tournament is ahead, and later on at the Olympiad and all the events that
Thank you so
have
much, Keti.
planned. And have a nice evening today and
Thank you.
tomorrow. Nice. Do you have anything planned already, or you're joining the?
No, for tonight, I think I will see Nino probably. Because, I would have to say this because, like, yesterday I was feeling really bad and I got a message from her. It was very nice because she told me she's in the city and if I need to change my mood, she would come here.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it was so sweet from her to have
sweet.
good friends,
Yeah.
And yeah, I think tonight I will see her and tomorrow probably I'm going to the excursion and the FIDE 100 event.
Yeah, so a lot of events. I hope you're going to have a good time.
Thank you.
And thanks so much for coming here in the studio, sharing your thoughts about the game and just in general. You guys, we're taking a short technical break and coming back with the last remaining game at the FIDE Grand Prix here in Tbilisi. You guys, this is the very final of the fifth round at the FIDE Grand Prix in Tbilisi, and we have such an interesting game in progress. Tsolakidou against Kashlinskaya. Valerie, we had this game and we predicted that it's going to be a draw. We thought it's going to be done earlier, but then Stavroula decided to go to some complications, and that was actually very good for Alina, because Alina with black pieces, she has very good chances to convert this position.
Okay, so dear chess friends, we have only one game left here. We see on the screen, this is Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kashlinskaya Alina. So the position was, slightly better for Stavroula. She could go to the end game of the rook and the opposite color bishop against rook and the bishop with the extra pawn. Instead of that, she decided to create some complications, but actually those complications now is for white. Black has an advantage and the chance to win the game. But the last move, by the way, what was played, bishop f1, is huge mistake, as engine says. Here much better was to play bishop g4 check, king h4, and king d3 to enter with the king there, supporting the passed pawn. Instead of that, in the game was bishop f1 check. Now Stavroula could play king h4, and on the same king d3 there will be already king g5. And what to suggest here for black, as on f3 there is just king f4. So the same was not possible in the line of bishop g4 check, king h4, king d3, and now if king g5, there is just f3, and after king f4, just f2.
F2,
oh my god, what a difference.
King d2.
Oh, what a tiny detail, but so decisive. What a tiny but decisive detail. King h2 was in the game instead of king h4. King h2. Now the position is again good for black, with a huge advantage. Knight g4, king g1 has to be done, that's for sure. And then just bishop goes far away.
Far away.
Far away, yes. And on a4 there will be just bishop takes e8, just the easy end of the game.
Rook to g1, attacking the bishop. Always safer to get this bishop rook on the dark square, so you will avoid any
and the bishop goes
blunders.
to d5, and supporting the g8 square also. So maybe rook b8 is not the best option, but the rook g8 to attack that knight. But we're considering this after bishop b5. Let's see what Alina will do here.
Yeah, this seems to be the move, because there's another move, bishop d3 or bishop a6, and those moves are not very good
bishop
looking,
d3 after rook g8.
rook.
After rook g8, it says that there is not even the advantage. I can't tell you why. Maybe because bishop f5 does not work off rook f8. Okay, bishop d3 was in the game.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. And after rook g1, knight is attacked. In case of knight e5, you have king f2. That's the thing, that now at this point, king is just far away from the
and also
action.
black has to count on a4. What's going on after a4? The pawn is also going. If the black will not create the threat of pushing the pawn as fast as possible, then white also has pawns, right?
Yeah. To be honest, if I were here white, I would just play king to f2, Valerie, because
For sure.
I feel that
yes.
king e3 or any kind of
You are quite
complication
right.
is just too much.
You are right. Okay, somehow I have a feeling that this game will go to draw anyway. Too high technique is necessary for black here to create the decisive threats and to play everything correctly, which is,
And even after that, if white also plays the most awkward moves, it can be a draw.
Yes. By the way, here after bishop b5, it was a very huge advantage. That was because after rook g8, there is knight e5, and now if you play king f2, there is just knight d3 check. And the pawn is going ahead. The pawn is going ahead.
So king f3, bishop c6 check,
Yes,
you cannot
and
do that. Then f7
and on king
and
g4,
f2 is
just
on the
king
way
e3.
as well. It's too far.
You know?
The king is too far. White's king has to stay around f2, f1 squares.
And this seems like a very good chance to win for black.
Alina Kashlinskaya on the screen, very focused. This is a chance for her indeed. And why we have to play rook g8? Because knight and bishop together, the coordination, these two pieces are controlling the most key squares, f2 and f1. That's why white has to take care of the pieces, has to kick the knight away, and then start to push the pawns. Valerie, what happens if white goes here a4 right away without rook g8?
After
Not
f3,
so
it's
good
almost
move.
losing. The
Rook
pawn
f8.
is just king e3,
King e3, rook e8 check,
bishop e4.
bishop e4 covering this. Oy.
Yeah, it's just losing. Rook g8 is an extremely necessary move.
Any other move, black has good chances. For instance, king g2, it's also a possibility here with either king f3, but bishop e4 check,
e4 is just...
king f1,
And still the same ideas with f3 and king e3.
King e3, yeah.
Rook g8, extremely necessary. It's just other moves are losing, we can say like that.
Yeah. It is good for Stavroula that she has still plenty of time. Thinking and considering all these moves, it is very important to have a proper evaluation here in this position. If Stavroula thinks that this is still equal, she will find the precise moves here. If she thinks that she's lost, then maybe her decisions will be accordingly.
Yes.
So the proper evaluation of the position is the key for the chess game. Stavroula, not in rush to make the move. She has still a lot of time, but she has to find this one move, kicking the knight away. Just kick this knight away, not allow black to have the situation to build the winning plan here with king e3, f3, bishop e4.
Yes. She's taking a little bit more time than necessary, it seems to me, because the time could be even necessary later also. So rook g8. Okay, from here again, it's easy, you know, easy to talk when you have engine also there, and you know, you are not so tired as Stavroula that playing each game like till the end, almost till the end, but all of them were quite tough for her. Only that one game where Vaishali made a huge blunder. That was easy for her.
Indeed, it is just much easier to see from viewers' perspective, but when it comes to the game, extremely tough. They are already in few hours after the start of the game. Also, the tiredness comes into the game, has a huge role sometimes. Stavroula has to make her move, and
she doesn't look confident, you know. And Alina, how focused is she? Look at her face. On the 5th hour of the game, she's so focused.
Rook g8. It's the only move here. White has to do it. White has to find it. Kicking the knight away.
Or if you can't calculate the lines, you know, because of the tiredness and unclearness, maybe just with intuition, just attack.
Attack the knight.
Attack the knight. That's the only thing you can attack.
Yeah. Yeah, not the easy move. Let's say it's not an easy move to find here. It's not an easy move at all.
And the silence. Waiting for the move.
Waiting for the move. Very often, big gap between the moves tells us commentators that the player couldn't find the move.
Yeah.
That is satisfactory to me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And she already thought for 5 minutes. That's not a few time when you have 18 minutes all on your clock.
I think Alina is getting more and more confident in this situation as the opponent is not making the move. Okay, today is the day when I finally won the competition, if we had any. So far, we already have three decisive games and only one draw.
Today's day is yours.
Are we back to our competition?
I agree.
Stavroula on the full screen. She is the leader of the Greek female team at the Olympiad. She will play there as well. 2400 plus player. Also, she has a grandmaster norm. She had pretty amazing tournaments at European Women, European Individual Chess Championship. She was a shining star there. Very strong player, having really a good tournament here, being a leader of the Grand Prix alongside with Muzychuk sisters, Kosteniuk, Dzagnidze.
Yeah.
It is something.
Definitely. Now she's in trouble. She's in troubles, and she has to do the unique Rook G8 move, the only move.
This is the only move to stop Black's evil plan to
Yeah.
play bishop e4, king e3, and f3, which is actually the winning setup for Black. Down to 12 minutes. Minutes at the point. She needs to find this move. Any other moves are easy, just this one. Yeah.
F3 is coming, you know. If it is Black to move, just F3. And that's it, immediately, that's it. So there is two moves actually, Rook F8 or Rook G8. On Rook F8, there is just simple King E3.
Yeah, and check here is not the proper move.
Yeah, I just realized physically it's not like a lot of options here for White.
Rook F8, Rook D8, B4, A4.
Rook D8 is like, you know, you're doing my job.
Yeah.
So if the rook leaves the E file without tempo, it is just King E3, game over. If you just stay like this, then F3 is game over. If you play King G2, then just Bishop E4 check is game over. So
crucial move.
It seems like Rook G8 is physically it's like the only move.
Less than 10 minutes. so important decision.
Before the rest day.
Before the rest day, this is exactly what you need to make. Very important decision. So tough. I wonder if Alina sees that.
What?
No, King G2. Oh no, that allows Alina Kashlinskaya to make bishop e4 and f3.
Did you see her face? She was like already, I mean, she realized like that the position is losing.
Yeah.
And she played that king g2 with that face.
Oh wow.
Okay, it's not like losing immediately after bishop e4 check. There has to be king h3, knight h6, and it goes to the different story. But now black has king e3 and f3 later. Knight
How about
on
king
f5.
h2, king g1? Just quickly get back.
Right away now? It's just f3 and then king e3 and then knight just jumps back. Oh.
King h3 on the board. Okay, let's see king knight h6 and then a4 or b4.
a4 maybe. Just f3. Rook d8, king e3. Oh, it's
No, rook d8? No.
e5 then. But then f2 is promoting.
King rook to f8 and bishop f5.
Rook to f8, there could be just king e3.
King e3.
And then knight f5 is blocking that way.
Oy.
But still, now Alina has to play knight h6. If she does not play knight h6 and the knight goes somewhere else, for example on e5, that's also possible by the way, but it's not so flexible place for the knight. Knight h6 is just excellent because coming with knight f5, blocking that file and controlling the g3 square.
If bishop f5, then king g2 back.
Here, you mean
Bishop f5 and king g2.
Oh, it says that even this is losing. After king g2, it's just doing the same.
And then knight h6. So basically you have to see knight h6.
Yeah.
What happens after knight e5?
Knight e5 also possible. It just easy. I mean, on h6, the knight has more flexible place. I
Controls
think so.
f5 square.
f5, yes, just in case it jumps on f5, blocking the f file and controlling the g3 square. So doing the multiple jobs.
Yeah, now black will take some time to find some accurate move. And we have a moment of silence. Alina Kashlinskaya feels that's her moment. She knows that is her moment. At the point, she has 2 points, and you know, every point counts.
Yes, each half point here would be decisive, extremely decisive.
So what we have here is Bibisara having 3 points. And then we have Nana Dzagnidze joining the leaders with
3 points.
And Mariya winning the game, joining the leaders. Every day, if you win, you will join the leader. That
Any
is
day,
basically-
actually, right?
Any
day you win, you are in the leader.
Yes.
Does not matter how many points you have. Just win and you are
Yeah.
there.
That's because we have so many draws.
Yes.
Then you are very close.
Thanks to me, we had so many draws.
Yes. You cursed us. Alina thinking a lot. 2 minutes ever since king h3 happened on the board.
So one more time, we are suggesting knight h6 as it is the most flexible place for the knight. Later to jump on f5 and control the g3 square and block the f file.
She's going to make a move now. And what it will be. Yep, she's going.
She's going to the knight, and she stopped. Oh.
Knight f2. Yeah, we have not considered that move.
Still okay. Still okay. Engine says it's still okay. But with more complications now after king h4, king e3, a4, knight d3, a5, and now pushing the f pawn does not make any sense because of rook takes e4. What a crazy move.
Wow, look at this. You take and then I'm quitting with the check.
What a crazy move. What a crazy move. And the crazy idea. She played king h2 on knight f2 check. Okay. The knight g4 is the best again. On knight d3, that is more obvious after knight f2 that Alina will play. It's b4.
Yeah, but on the other hand, knight h6 is just so unnatural move to make, you know? It is in the edge of the board, in the end game. Well, white also has the pass pawn, so she's doing actually natural moves here, knight f2 and knight d3.
King e3 is a move also here, very interesting, and I love that, as I'm still keeping the chance to play knight g4 check later.
How about king g1?
On king g1, f3 is coming. No, knight g4.
That's
oh, knight g, knight
blunder
g4.
I want
with
with white
true.
here.
Wait, what was an f3?
Rook e4.
Knight takes.
Oh.
And that's
Oh,
even,
no. Maybe a4? It's still winning, yeah?
Yeah, it's just winning. The pawn is promoting. Yeah, king e3 seems so obvious now. King e3 seems like super obvious. Why not the same on king h4? So, for example, king h4, king e3, a4, knight d3, a5. This is what we are talking about, and here knight c5 is necessary to play, and then black is still winning.
How about before in this
f3. f3.
Oh, okay.
f3. Yeah. Okay, after king e3, black is kind of winning. So on king e3, the same idea. Let's take a look at the same idea. Same idea is not working because here instead of knight d3, I have knight g4 check. So f3 and a5 does not make any sense because of knight g4 check. And black is just promoting. Or they have even knight f6, a brilliant move here. And then knight h5. Wait a sec, why not f2? There is rook f8 on f2. Rook f8 just giving the draw immediately. So, in this position...
And she is going for king e3.
So, in this position, knight g4, king g3, knight f6. Rook f8, knight h5, king g4, knight g7, the knight has to go on f5 anyway. a6, f2, and here white has to sacrifice on f2. Why? Because on a7 there is just king e2.
And yeah, when you sacrifice the rook, there will be just just easy for black to win because those 2 pawns are actually not creating any tension. Yeah, very difficult endgame for
White did something.
Tsolakidou.
He played the move.
A4.
A4. Knight G4 check seems the best instead of F3. So Knight G4, King H3 and Knight F6 straight away. And on Rook F8, oh my god, what a move, Knight H7 and the Knight enters from here. Rook could not stay on F file,
Yeah.
that's a problem.
Knight G5 is there.
And on Rook D8 just F3. King G3, Knight G5. Rook F8, Knight E6. And for example, on Rook F6, there is just Knight G7 and Knight has to go on F5.
Or H5, if
or
you like.
H5, yeah.
All right, you guys, we're taking a short break right now. You're gonna have the game with the board on the screen, and we'll be back in just a second. And we are back at the very last moment of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Round 5. We have the very interesting endgame between Stavroula and Kashlinskaya. Valerie, what is happening?
Yes, unfortunately for Alina, another blunder happened in this position that we were actually considering this idea for white. After knight d3, instead of knight d3, knight g4 was, we can say, winning the game. Knight d3 and rook e4, that happened. The point is that the white is promoting with a check. So they already promoted in the current position on the screen. So definitely this is just a draw.
Just a draw. White will start to give all the checks.
Yes, on king e3 there is even possible to play queen g2 safely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Alina blundered that. We can see that on the face.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, why not knight g4 here? Why it was so difficult? Let's take a look.
It's just a tiredness. You just get tired here.
Yeah,
Look
knight
at this.
g4 check,
Oh,
king g3
painful.
and knight f6. Yes, that was just winning. Rook f8 and knight h5 check. King g4 and knight g7. This is a point. And on a6 there is just f2. On a7 king e2.
They have finished?
They
or?
agreed on draw, yes. They agreed on draw.
Wow.
After king e3 it was
What a day, Valerie.
queen
We had
g2. Yes.
all it today. They gave us everything today. Look at this. Alina Kashlinskaya, Tsolakidou, Stavroula. Stavroula is keeping the leader's position. Now we
Yes.
have 4 leaders actually in this competition going into the second part of the day. That is Nana Dzagnidze, Stavroula Tsolakidou. We have also Bibisara Assaubayeva
and Mariya Muzychuk.
we have Mariya Muzychuk after winning. They have this small chat after the game. It's always very nice to see players having a friendly chat after the game. Must be very hard for Alina
Yes.
to blunder this indeed. But that's chess. That's chess. What
That's
we can
chess.
do. What we can do about it. Look at this happy smile of Stavroula.
And not so happy for her. she just have to smile back.
Yeah, she has to be nice. Yeah, she's a bit disgusted with the lines. Probably there is some variation. But Stavroula asked for the trouble herself. She could just have extra
Yes,
pawn
sure.
in the opposite color
Bishop
bishop
position, yeah.
endgame. Yeah, Alina must be so difficult for her, but what we can do, what we can do there. Well, it has been actually so exciting day. 3 decisive results, 2 draws, but all the games, even these draws, were so interesting. We hope you guys learned a lot, chess nuances, and it was very nice to have you here with us all this time. Thank you, Valerie, for the commentaries.
Thank you too.
We had so nice day in here. Nana Dzagnidze, Muzychuk Mariya, and Sarah Khadem are going into the next day off with the victory. We have Muzychuk, Anna Assaubayeva, Bibisara Tsolakidou, Stavroula against Alina Kashlinskaya. They have tied their games. And we're not coming tomorrow to you guys. It's going to be a day off for us as well. We have the event happening. This is going to be the 100 year of the anniversary of FIDE, and we're going to be joining that celebration, but we'll come back in 2 days with you.
Yes, see you the day after tomorrow. Thank you to be with us.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.